proud of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Top of the morning to our lovely viewers all across Nigeria. Welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Wednesday morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Naira closes flat as Cardoso announces $40.1 billion external reserves. CBN retains interest rate at 27.5% on cooling inflation. Senate okays Tinubu's $21 billion foreign loan. Africa loses $90 billion annually to fuel imports, and this is according to Dangote. Super Eagles goalkeeper Maduka Okoye banned from football. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira has closed flat in the official foreign exchange market on Tuesday, the 22nd of July, as the central bank governor Olayemi Cardoso announced gross external reserves of $40.1 billion A report released by CBN showed that the naira depreciated slightly in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, with the dollar quoted at 1,535.23 kobo, marking a 0.2% drop from 1,532.54 kobo recorded the previous day. The report also showed that the local currency closed steady at 1,530 naira in the parallel market known as the black market. According to the Apex Bank, the country's gross external reserves also rose to $40.11 billion as of July 18, 2025, providing about 9.5 months of import cover for goods. Figures on the CBN's website, however, indicate that the gross reserves stood at $37.93 billion on July 18, increasing to $38.24 billion by Monday. Moving on, the Apex Bank has kept the monetary policy rate unchanged at 27.5% on Tuesday, signaling continued caution as inflation slows for a third consecutive month. This decision, announced by the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso at the conclusion of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja, marks a third straight pause in the current tightening cycle. Cardoso revealed that all the 12 MPC members voted to hold the MPR, maintaining the asymmetric corridor at plus 500 per 100 minus 100 basis points, retaining the cash reserve ratio at 50% for deposit money banks and 16% for merchant banks, while keeping the liquidity ratio at 30%. The governor added that the committee's decision was premised on the need to sustain the momentum of disinflation and sufficiently contain price pressures. Still on, the Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's external borrowing plan of over $21 billion for the 2025 to 2026 fiscal cycle, paving way for the full implementation of the 2025 Appropriation Act. The comprehensive borrowing package includes $21.19 billion in direct foreign loans, 4 billion euros and 15 billion yen, and $65 million grant in domestic borrowing through government bonds totaling approximately 757 billion naira. The approval followed the presentation of a report by Senator Aliyu Wamako, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt, who noted that the plan was first submitted to the National Assembly on May 27, but was delayed due to legislative research and documentation issues from the Debt Management Office. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Senator Olamilekan Adiola, also added that most of the loan requests had already been factored into the medium-term expenditure framework and the 2025 budget. To end the local news, the Finance Minister and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that the country's fiscal structure must be re-engineered to fully implement the Supreme Court's ruling granting financial autonomy to the 774 local government councils in the country. Edun, speaking on Tuesday in Abuja, acknowledged that while the federal government had enforced part of the July 2024 judgment, particularly the restriction of federal allocations to unelected local government, direct payment to all 774 local government areas remain a work in progress. In his words, the primary funding structure is one that will need to be very much tinkered with in order to achieve direct payment of funds to each individual local government, citing the complexities around primary health care, education funding, and state-level joint account. The minister emphasized that implementing the Supreme Court's ruling requires determination, political will, and capacity, warning that the execution is not simple but a gradual and collaborative process requiring coordination across all levels of government. And on the foreign scene, the president of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has revealed that Africa loses an estimated $90 billion annually to the importation of refined petroleum products due to inadequate domestic refining capacity. Dangote warned that the continent's reliance on fuel import not only bleeds its economy, but also exposes it to the influx of cheap, often substandard petroleum products rejected in Europe and North America. The billionaire added that only 40% of Africa's 3 million barrels daily consumption of refined products is processed locally, despite million barrels of crude oil per day, citing Europe and Asia, which refine over 95% of their consumption. According to Dangote, it is economically illogical for Africa to export crude and re-import refined products, and it is capable of producing, insisting that this practice deprives the continent of jobs, investment, and industrial growth. And also, police in the province of South Kivu have announced that up to 500 miners are believed to be trapped in eastern Congo following a series of landslides. According to reports, a police spokesperson confirmed that 10 bodies have been recovered since the area on Sunday, in a remote area on Sunday, 20th of July 2025, adding that volunteers are working to recover the remaining bodies and survivors. According to him, information on the exact number of casualties is difficult to verify, as the affected miners did not work for a company, but rather in the informal mining sector in the resource-rich area. And now to sports. Super Eagles goalkeeper Maduka Okoye has been suspended for 2 months after being found guilty of illegal betting by Italian football authorities. As reported on Tuesday, the Nigerian international, currently with Serie A club Udinese, avoided a potentially career-threatening 4-year ban for sporting fraud. The issue reportedly stems from a Serie A encounter between Udinese and Lazio on March 11, 2024, where the goalkeeper received a yellow card in the 64th minute for time wasting with his team ahead 2-1. Reports reveal that the authorities flagged the incident after detecting a surge in unusual betting patterns, specifically wagers predicting a yellow card for Okoye. To end the news, Nigeria's Super Falcons have now advanced to the final of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations after defeating defending champions South Africa 2-1 in a tense semi-final clash on Tuesday evening. Goals from Rashidat Ajibade and Michelle Alozie saw Nigeria avenge their 2022 loss to Bayana, keeping their bid for a record-extending 10th continental title alive. Ajibade opened the scoring from the penalty spot just before halftime and after a handball by South African defender Bambamani Mbani. The Super Falcons remain unbeaten in the tournament and will now head to Rabat for Sunday's final with Morocco, who defeated Ghana to claim the final spot. That does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History here on bdtv, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Norma Owona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 23rd.
On this day in 1892, Haile Selassie was born. Originally born as Tafari Makonnen, he was the Emperor of Ethiopia from 1930 to 1974. He sought to modernize his country and steered it into the mainstream of post-World War II African politics. Haile Selassie was regarded as the messiah of all black people by the Rastafarian movement. He played a vital role in the establishment of the Organization of African Unity in 1963. His rule in Ethiopia continued until 1974, when famine, worsening unemployment, and the political stagnation of his government prompted segments of the army to mutiny. They deposed Haile Selassie and established a provincial military government, the Derg, which espoused Marxist ideologies. Haile Selassie was kept under house arrest in his own palace, where he spent the remainder of his life. Official sources at the time attributed his death to natural causes, but evidence later emerged, suggesting that he had been strangled on the orders of the military government. And on this day in 1903, Ford Motor Company sold its first $850 version of the Ford Model A. The first Model A was sold to a dentist in Chicago for $850. That is about $23,000 today, adjusted for inflation. The sale came at a time when Ford was reportedly down to its last $200 in its bank account after starting with $28,000 when the company was incorporated a month before. However, the lean times would not last. The car was a hit, and by the end of the year, Ford will have $37,000 in profits. And finally, on this day in 1914, Austria sent an ultimatum to Serbia which was to punish and suppress those responsible for Archduke Franz Ferdinand's murder or be invaded. The ultimatum was immediately matched by pledges from Germany and Italy to come to Serbia's aid. At the time, the stock market had very little reaction to the assassination of Franz Ferdinand on June 28, 1914. The worst day on the US market stock after the assassination of Franz Ferdinand was July 15th, when the markets fell about 1%.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on bdtv. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And
this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Today is Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025, and of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing this alongside the very Mohammed Akonji, our very own in-house analyst, who has taken a sabbatical, a leave of, we leave without notice from the breakfast show. But it's good to have you back.
Good morning.
Again, it's good to see you this morning.
I think I might not be fully agree with that because there was a little bit of a swap with another thing that I got engaged with. Yeah. But I know it's been a while, I agree.
Right.
Quite a
while.
How
have you been? How have you been? How are you holding up?
Getting better and then fine. Maybe throughout last week, yes, of course, I was not available because of some other things. But I mean, the last 2 weeks, I've actually been engaging with the D-Squares. I mean, your other colleagues here who have so be able to have important shows on business money and big stories. But it's been good to really back, at least to be able to review the papers again this morning. Right. It is really, really my pleasure.
Absolutely.
So how are you doing too?
Very well, thank you.
Well
very well, thank you.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
see what we have on the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning says that Disco's high electricity bills under scrutiny after Enugu's tariff court. And then another story that says Africa loses $90 billion annually to imported substandard fuel. And it continues on page 31 of the Business Day paper this morning. The other story still on the front page of the Business Day newspaper says that Nigeria scraps excess dividend tax as overall ends loopholes error. Well, starting with that one, let's start with the big story that says Disco's high electricity bills is under scrutiny after Enugu's tariff court. Just a little bit of the inside story. It says Nigeria's electricity sector is facing renewed scrutiny following a landmark decision by the Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission, of course that's EERC, to slash electricity tariffs for Band A customers. Also adding that the decision, which was hailed by some as a step toward localized energy autonomy, has stirred up intense scrutiny of the country's power distribution companies, especially in relation to their current high electricity charges. But you know, this also goes back to some of the conversations we had at the energy conference where we talked about states actually generating their own power, you know, so this is obviously on the back of that. But you see that, you know, there's scrutiny. Obviously, some people see it as some are ailing it as a step towards the right direction. Some people don't see it that way. But what are your own thoughts?
Okay, so I think it became a public discourse over the weekend when ERC, Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, which is remember in 2023 to 2024, there is a decentralization of the energy market where states are now allowed to be able to generate their own power and also be able to regulate the market. And then we've seen like about 7 to 10 states in Nigeria that have actually been able to, you know, sign that particular Electricity Act, and they've tried to be able to move away from this central grid thing that we talk about, away from the federal government and allowing states to independently generate their own power. So, but when, in relation to that, so ERC on Sunday announced to their main distributor, which is main power, that there should be a slash in the band A customers, the amount they're actually paying. Don't forget the average amount now.
Because that means the price, the amount they're currently paying is over the roof.
I mean, of course, you know, it's 208 naira per kilowatt. So, but Enugu actually be able to bail the cat over the weekend by saying they are going to be able to reduce it by about 48 naira. Now, I think it's around 160 naira per kilowatt from 208. That have generated a whole lot of, you know, uproar. That was actually what led to some of these stories. That so if, because in their own interest, in their own statement and their own justification, it's just in the welfare of Nigerians, and that the rate at which the band A customers are actually paying is quite excessive, and it's impeding on people's welfare. They've been having some back and forth with the major players, you know, I'm talking about the discos within the Enugu state electricity market, to say it is not cost reflective. But this actually be able to open up to us. Remember, since when we started with this banding system last year, April, how impactful or otherwise have that actually been on people. So you've seen people complaining about paying over the roof, just like you said. Average across the federation now is about 208. But Enugu started with that, you know, in that new tariff that they should actually be able to issue on Sunday, to be able to slash it by that amount. Now is 160 naira per kilowatt. The electricity providers, I'm talking about the discos themselves within that particular space, were actually claiming that is not feasible. And it is not cost reflective, because it is not going to actually be able to allow them to be able to provide essential services. I mean, the premium services that customers in Band A, don't forget, Band A customers are expected, customers that actually have access to about 20 hours of electricity, 20 hours plus of electricity per day. So that, as I said, the 160 naira to 208 is what is actually generating a lot of discussion. And the big story there was actually now able to now telling us a lot of searchlights, because we heard that in fact 2 other states will likely follow this week. 2 other states have also passed the Electricity Act. Other states, Lagos State is still, it's still in the State House of Assembly, awaiting the final passage before the governor will sign it. I think about 7 to 8 states have already approved that particular Electricity Act and allowing the states to be able to regulate the distribution channel. So this is some of the dynamics we're actually seeing in that particular space, as I'll actually be able to mention. And so as I said, a lot of people have actually been able to feel like, yes, this disaggregation is good, but it appears that, because as I said, the regulators and the providers are actually at loggerhead as far as this is actually concerned. People will actually be able to bask in that and say, oh, that means if you can be able to pay 160 in Enugu, then other states as well should likely be able to follow through and see how they can prevail upon their providers, upon the discos. I'm talking about the discos, to see if they can be able to slash. As I said, there's still back and forth about it anyway. But it's really beaming a searchlight that are Nigerians really, are they, fleecing Nigerians by the current rate of 208? Initially it was 206, they increased to 208. All in the mold of is a cost reflective tariff to ensure that they actually be able to they are charging something that are able to reflect their costs. But for the regulator to come over the weekend and say that no, for Band A customers within that particular metropole, within that jurisdiction of Enugu, will now be paying 160 naira per kilowatt away from 208. It's really, really, calling to question a whole lot of things that's really, really happening. But as I said, a lot of other states are saying they're likely to be able to follow through. They've not announced, but this is only applicable for now in Enugu State. Those within the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, ERC, which
All
is
right.
what we have there. How that will be, we'll still be able to.
Yeah.
Of course, for other bands, the rate still remains. The focus now is still on band A. And band A has actually been in the eye of the storm. Don't forget, has actually been, the weight has actually increased by more than 4 times when it was actually done last year. It was just last year, April, that we started with this band, the 5 bands, band A, band B, band C. But band A was where ERC and the provider. ERC
Did you say 5 bands? Is it 5 bands or 3 bands?
No, there's a band D, there's band E.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we have the band A band, but maybe the focus is on band
A,
where you're actually seeing that 20 plus hours of electricity on a daily basis. So the back and forth is still there because the discos actually came out. I'm talking about EDC, Enugu Electricity Distribution Company is actually trying to be at loggerhead with the ERC, so that this may not likely work. But the question will also be like, is the government going back to subsidy again? Because that's the question will be. Are we going back to because if they are saying the cost reflective tariff, what to actually be reflect the actual cost, the true cost is 208 naira per kilowatt. The question we'll be able to ask again is, if the government is now saying 160 naira per kilowatt, who will pay the shortfall? Will the Enugu State government pay?
We don't know.
Of course,
we
don't know. I mean, those are some of the questions. Because if they're still saying, if they've said, oh, we've agreed, yes, this is the current rate as far as electricity provision is concerned, electricity provision is concerned. So I'm sure there's still a whole lot of things that are still not totally clear there. We just saw the directives from the regulatory commission to say, this is the amount that you should charge henceforth. And I feel like they were not properly consulted.
All right.
For that matter.
Let's move to another story here on the Business Day paper this morning. This one is on page 31. It says Africa loses $90 billion annually to imported substandard fuel, and this is from Dangote.
Dangote, yes.
What are your
I mean, it was another very interesting discussion yesterday in Abuja at the conference. The conference was actually organized for West African Refining Conference, where you actually be able to make very, very bold remark about the level of importation in Africa. In fact, he actually be able to mention that ECOWAS countries alone, the 15 to 16 member countries, import about 70% of their fuel. Before Nigeria also become a net exporter, we all know the situation that we were before now. And that about $90 billion was actually what you expended. In fact, he mentioned that maybe in Africa, total of Africa, only 15 countries, have GDP that's actually more than $90 billion. We just saw Nigeria's base GDP as well. Maybe only 15 countries. So if you can have only 15 countries have above $90 billion, and we are spending that amount of money to be able to import, in fact, I was talking about dirty fuel, substandard fuel, as actually be able to mention, call for something which is regional infrastructure integration. He mentioned a particular case in Togo, because I think I listened to him, and was talking about where they actually be able to use that as a dumping ground for dirty fuel to Africa. That is one particular gentry in Togo where international players, and that's why they will do everything possible to be able to ensure they frustrate local refining capacity in Africa to ensure that it is not going to work, because they see it as an opportunity to be able to dump that. But the implication of that, just like I said, is if we were to expand that amount of, if we expend that amount of money on importation, the implication is we're exporting jobs. Don't forget. Abroad. Jobs that would have been provided or made available to Nigerians. Also, maybe we're exporting jobs, and I think perhaps it will be importing poverty back into the nation, because we will now be at their beck and call to say, I'm talking about Africa now, because that is exactly what is actually making, and is making case for why Africans need to be able to build more refineries, even though it might be difficult because of, external influence, because of external players who would do everything to be able to frustrate local players or local participants from actually coming into that particular space. So it was actually a very big challenge that we have. But as I said, today, 70% of our fuel, especially for gasoline and petrol, is still imported. While 31%, is just what we actually be able to refine locally. So I think it's a very big challenge, and he called majorly for maybe a regional infrastructure integration to ensure that you can be able to have like a pipelines that can. So if we have like one refinery here that can be able to link as what is actually doing, that can be able to link to other African countries, so it will be able to win us away from over reliance on imports and ensure that we can be able to have local refining capacities.
Right. So let's move from the Business Day paper this morning. Obviously, there's a story here, but we can't really touch on it. It's talking about the Attorney General's office denying government stake in first hold code. This is from a report that was published on for Arise television and This Day, you know, which mentioned that 25% of first hold code shares went to the federal government trustees and not Otedola. But then the Attorney General's office is denying this and calling it malicious. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Right. But let's move to the Punch paper this morning. The big story on the Punch paper this morning says APC may pick Ganduje's successor at make or break NEC meeting. Amakura, Yuwada, Dalori, top race, the lobbying thickens and North Central demand slot and constitution review on NEC agenda. And again, on still on Dangote. Dangote exports 1.3 billion liters petrol as marketers buy foreign fuel. And then on the top side of the Punch paper this month says Senate okays Tinubu's $21 billion foreign loans on page 2 of the paper. Again, we see some pictures here, very disheartening, very heartbreaking photos of the Israeli protests in Tel Aviv over the Gaza food shortage. And there's this banner here says, "We are all responsible. It's being done in our name." And it's really sad, really sad. This one says, "Starvation is a war crime." And you know, you're just seeing the pictures of babies. I mean,
things that are disheartening and how
it's not even a
stunted growth.
It's not a good look at all.
And then the war is just
the war is just ongoing and ongoing. There needs to be a stop.
There've been discussions around calling the major gladiators to. I mean. It's just really disheartening.
Yeah, there is. Then this one on page 7 says, Atiku warns as Okpebolo Wike insist on Obi's visit clearance. I'm sure you had seen that. We'll talk about more on that on social listening segment, so we're not going to deal on that today. Then on page 3 of the Punch paper this month says Natasha heads to court after Senate blockade. Of course, she's been the woman of the she's certainly my woman of the year. Then this one on page 7 says ADC boils over Tinubu's endorsement by Adeleke and Oyinlola. But let's start by talking about this big story on page 2 on APC May pick Ganduje's successor
tomorrow. Maybe likely tomorrow. Tomorrow is the National Executive Committee meeting. But remember that in June, Mr. Ganduje, former governor of Kano State, stepped down, announcing health reasons for why he's actually be able to resign as the chairman of the party. And Ali Dalori, who is the party's national vice chairman, has actually been in acting capacity since then. So calls were there that, okay, the party needed to be able to go back and appoint a substantive national chairman. So just like you mentioned there have actually been names that have been throwing around. Why some people believe that Ali Dalori should continue, that has been doing a good job till the convention they are going to have later in the year. Others feel like, no, it should be able to be rotated back to the North Central. And that's why I can be able to see names like former governor of Nasarawa State, Al-Makura. I think you see the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Professor Yiltuwada, that was actually mentioned as well. You know, a lot of names were having thrown in the ring. But I think the Punch report or the Punch just be able to get a whiff of what APC might likely be able to do at their NEC meeting tomorrow, and that maybe a call for the chairman, the active chairman, the substantive chairman, that will likely be able to replace Mr. Ganduje as the chairman of the party. The party is also be able to deal with its own issues in one way or the other, but issues around why he resigned. Of course, remember he resigned. There are calls about that. Was he forced out? Was it deliberate? But we know that after then, he was actually appointed as the chairman of a board of one of an important government parastatal that the government appointed him. So the plot is thickening, right? You know, you see a lot of politicking going on around whether Ali Dalori should continue or whether he should be zoned to the North Central, which is where a large number of APC supporters believe that the next national chairman should actually be able to go to. So how that will be able to pan out, I'm sure we'll actually be able to be on the lookout for them. We're going to be on the lookout of what's going to be able to happen tomorrow. But a lot of reports, just like you mentioned, there sources speaking to Punch mention those names that are being thrown around. But what they're likely going to do, you will definitely be able to get to know by tomorrow on Thursday.
And speaking of names being thrown around, this one on page 7 says that ADC balls over Tinubu's endorsement by Adeleke.
I think we just saw that I don't think that's what we'll be able to tell us about PDP is actually. Don't forget, these are PDP people. This is a PDP state, Osun state. We a lot of meaning have actually been read, into what could have happened. But this is not the first time we've seen other PDP governors that have actually endorsed Tinubu for 2027. People were actually saying, "Oh, it is just to be able to maybe save his." I mean,
and Adeleke has even said he's not leaving PDP.
He's not leaving. Leaving PDP. But remember, he's also up for second term next year. So next year,
he's just trying to buy.
Maybe that's a quick way just to be able to think. I mean,
that's the political
calculus could tell us there. Maybe he's just trying to be able to ensure he gets the federal government's favor so that he can be able to remain in power next year. Those are there, and that's so. ADC will actually be able to say it like. Because when the issue about Atiku resign for the PDP happened, a lot of people were just asking that why should you of course, is a perpetual, political mover that just be able to resign and then move to one party and then come back to PDP. But when you're seeing most of all these governors, we've seen what happened in Akwa Ibom, we've seen Delta State, and then there are also other governors as well that have mentioned formally or informally endorsing the president for 2027. So I'm sure it is really, really telling us the current state of what PDP is and what is actually happening to the party. And so we saw that I was shocked a little bit because I know he's Adeleke, Oyinlola, these are important PDP stalwart. Yes, he maintained that he's still going to remain in the party, but that Osun will still be able to prove for APC. So you can just be able to see those dynamics, the way politics is actually be able to go now. Yeah, he gets his own ticket back perhaps next year, and then he'll start campaigning again for APC, towards 2027. How will that likely be able to happen? Those are the questions we tend to be able to
those are actually the big questions. But very quickly, let me hear your thoughts, although we're going to focus more on it on the social listening segment. But on page 7, it says Atiku warns as Okpebolo Wike insists on Obi's visit clearance. When you saw this entire thing playing out in the week, what were really your thoughts?
Okay, that was last week I saw it, and then this week, we, of course, the governor tried to come out as well to downplay that he's not a threat. He was just trying to be able to forestall security, on warranted things that could actually be able to happen. Or like it happened when they actually be able to visit that nursing school, where according to them some people died. So, but I found it quite unbelievable. I felt like the governor is actually overreaching himself for that statement because the Nigerian is actually allowed to actually be able to move. To move anywhere. Yeah. So yes, he's trying to be able to come out to be able to downplay it. In fact, there were reports Nigerians in diaspora petitioned U.S. Embassy that it should be blacklisted, for that particular statement. The governor was actually trying to say he's the chief security officer of the state, and he will need to do everything to be able to protect that. But I felt like that is actually too. I don't know what is actually scaring them about the man and what they are doing. So people are trying to read me into it. Is it like they're trying to APC and Bola Tinubu are trying to be able to target those states that they lost in 20? Because remember, Benin State governor said that to the Reverend Father, who said that if Peter Obi should come to Benue State, he cannot guarantee safety. We had Kaduna as well mentioning the same thing. And then we've seen that pattern across states that APC lost the elections in 2027. So, because in fact, somebody made a very big job, I don't know what to say. So, because we're saying if you want to be able to come to your state, you should be able to inform you. If he's coming to take a second wife in Edo State, should he inform you as a governor?
Honestly,
it's just really, really. I mean, of course, it's politics, but if they are trying to be able to downplay, it's not politics. It's just because some people there was a stampede and people were injured and were taken to those Benin Teaching Hospital, and that they wanted that to be able to avoid. And we were asking the Commissioner of Information there, can you be able to send the clip or send us, where exactly this stampede happened? And you see him just trying to be able to beg the questions. So he could not be able to, investor of Benin Teaching Hospital, thank you very much. I know, he was saying that they took, people there because of the stampede of the last visit that Peter Obi had, I think 7th of July, and they were donated that amount of money, I think 15 million. And they started attacking him from all angles. He said he's poor. How will he be donating 15 million? And then,
right.
You know, and that's one. But when I talk about it, when that happened, the crowd was so large that there was a stampede, and that stampede was important. And they were asking, okay, can you provide, you know, documentary evidence or video evidence to be able to show where this happened? And then it's just the man, you know, moving here and there. So I feel like it's quite ridiculous or ridiculous for the governor. He's trying to play it down, to say, because initially it sounded like a threat to me when I heard, you know, that clip that he must be able to tell me before he comes here. And I was like, God, you know, all these governors anyway.
All right.
Don't know what the target and what they're actually planning to do.
Right. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning. The Vanguard paper this morning has another interesting spread. It says resumption bid. It says drama at Senate as Natasha security agents clash. I'm sure you'll be following this story. And then on page 8, it says reconsider planned trip to Nigeria. US tells citizens. And then on page 8, it says Senate approves 2025 and 2026 external borrowing plan of $21.5 billion. And in sports, Mission X, Nigeria dethrones South Africa.
Yes.
I did see somebody on social media saying, you know, when they had asked, you know, Nigerians in South Africa, on
in Nigeria in South Africa.
Yes, in Nigeria in South Africa.
Before the game,
I want South Africa to win this, because I was like,
seriously?
Where's your patriotism? I said, where's your patriotism? He said, I don't like Nigeria. I said, Nigeria, no.
In South Africa, that's what
you know, quite interesting.
Nigeria, South Africa is the defending champion, like you said, we just be able to and then we've entered it, just like you said, it's Mission X. What's Mission X now? We are going for the 10th title. So we entered the final yesterday. It was actually a very good game. I watched just some sneak peek of the game. And we'll be playing Morocco in the final on Sunday. I mean, the host nation.
You're right.
Yes,
Rabat.
that's why it will bet. At least the Super Falcons have actually been able to put some important performance, you know, very impressive performance at this particular tournament relative to the ones that we've had in the past. So just like I said, by defeating the defending champion, you'll really be able to lay down the particular marker that we'll actually be able to have, venture on that particular mission. And it is very good. But I think it is the resumption bid drama.
Yeah, that's why I want us to focus on just for a bit, because we're already running out of time.
So of course, I think we'll be able to see the clash. The National Assembly.
Do you think it was right for them to, you know, stop her?
Because so and that's why I think the court ruling, the court pronouncement was actually able to create this confusion, because the National Assembly, the Senate, Nigerian Senate, is actually claiming, as a body, claimed that it was an advisory ruling that the what's it called, the Federal High Court gave, and that they're still under appeal and could not be able to come. And that they have later actually been informed that please, you should not be able to visit the gate. And we saw some of those dramas that actually happened. But I think the senator in this particular case here is just trying to be able to show them certain things, you know. One, in terms of representation of his people, the people in the last 3-4 months now have not been represented, needed to be done. But I'd still be able to pin it on at the doorstep of the court, because the pronouncement about, yes, you cannot be able to deny certain sections of the country representation, while at the same time you find out 5 million naira for, you know, for things like that. So the clash, the thing was still there, but I think it was security agents there, and I think I was actually happy with their professionalism. And I don't know if be able to see that, despite also some of those particular efforts to actually be able to pull through, they stood their ground, and that these was actually not. And then they got the interview to. So the senators kept insisting that he's still under suspension, and until that is lifted, it cannot be seen within the premise, because there are just rules of ethics that guide the operations and activities of the National Assembly. But here now, people are clearly saying, is it like an issue of Akpabio against or the National Assembly, the Nigerian Senate against that? So Natasha. those are where the issues are, you know, around what exactly could actually be able to happen. But we heard that today they are going on recess today, maybe for the next 2 months before they resume back in September. That's the Nigerian Senate, where maybe by then we could likely be able to see the end.
But I really admire, and I like how her courage and how she's, you know, just being persistent in this in this journey, because it's really not easy, because all of them
those barricades, the first line of security before she gets to the second, and I think no, I'm sure you should be able to give it to her, that tenacity, that doggedness as well.
Very, very
she's actually able to
commendable.
pull through. But
That's why I said she's my woman of the year.
Oh, seriously?
She's my woman of the year. But we have to move on now from the papers and see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning. Wednesday, July 23rd. It's always a good way for us to round up. It's been a while since we saw what we have on the cartoon of the day.
Oh, okay.
But one thing I know for sure is the fact that Asuko and Okpara always have it on lock. So that is the cartoon of the day for today. I'm trying to decode that picture. Like they say, a picture tells 1,000 stories. So you see, is that the coat of arms?
No, that looks like, this is the maze of the National Assembly.
Okay, the maze of National Assembly.
That's the maze of National Assembly.
Then, but it has the coat of arms on top of it. Yes.
Then like the maze.
Then we see
why Nigerians politicians.
So the maze written on it says power. And then you see Nigerian politicians clinging onto it in every way possible, like their life depends on it. And then you see some people at the back who seem like the masses, also trying to hold, just trying to take what is left in the bottom. And then there's a banner on the side that says value of irrelevance. What's your understanding of this?
Okay, so first we see a situation where you see Nigerians politicians clinging on to power, just like you said, like all their lives depend on it. But maybe
some are even on top of themselves.
That's what I'm saying. So look at the value of relevance. What eventually will actually be the end of all this?
What's the bottom line?
End goal, exactly.
The end goal.
So because you feel like as if it's actually a bottomless pit that people are. So why? Maybe I don't know, the masses or maybe their supporters are the one trying to be able to hold up that particular power for it not to crumble. You see people clinging out to it, just like you said, like their life depend on it, and ready to actually be able to go. Throw all cautions to the wind and then trade whatever it.
Trade their dignity, because obviously this is them trading their dignity.
Their virtuosity.
Why are you holding on? One is holding on, another person is holding on to his legs, somebody's feet. Another person is lying on another person.
So
really, as if their life depend on it. Right. And then there's the people they're also trying to hold. Yes.
Maybe the value of irrelevance.
At the end of the day, all of this
definitely be able to simmer into at the end of the day.
All of this is vanity. That's the final point.
That's exactly what
all of this is vanity.
Likely be able to get into. If you look at that's quite a vivid picture.
Right. I like how I like how cartoonists go into their minds and just create something that just thought provoking. It makes you.
And let us be able to see, just like you said, of course, be able to see the vanity. As from all this, Bribe, for example, we just be able to have just despite those 8 years, a lot of people felt like, this is. I'm talking about President Buhari. People talk about that, and just like that, where is it today? And then we have other leaders as well. We have people that have clung to power, heavily. But what eventually becomes.
But these things, it's only for like it's short time. People think about it, like especially when people are there, but they move on. It's just human. People just move on.
Target. Just forget about it again. But maybe one way or the other, something will always be able to return you back there. Can be things that you see, can be things that you feel.
Not you back to reality, then
to ensure that all these will definitely be able to have a terminal point one day.
And just before we go, just while we're wrapping up, the U.S. saying, of course, that story which was on the Punch paper with the U.S. saying that warning, warning Nigerians to be considered their citizens to reconsider their planned trips to Nigeria, and it's giving Nigeria a bad rep. They are highlighting kidnapping, they are highlighting terrorism, they are highlighting poor healthcare and so many other things. I think there's so many amazing things happening in Nigeria. So when they're saying things like this, it just makes you wonder, like that's not the only thing going on in this country. There's a lot of amazing things going on in Nigeria. They
are. But of course, they are at regular intervals. There are travel advisories that the U.S. government actually be able to give, and I'm sure the federal government will also be able to respond appropriately to these as well. We have the Nigerian government to also be able to release counter travel advisory as well. Oh, there are certain states in the US you should not visit. But the question is, some of those things that I identify, poverty level, poor medical facilities, kidnapping, there's some of the realities, and so it still behoves on us to ensure that we work around some of all these ills, put them down to the ground.
We're working on them. I mean, if you're
that's why
being honest,
those are what by the time the response actually be able to absorb. Definitely, there will actually be a retaliation, or there will be a response from the federal government. It is just for them to be able to show what you have actually been doing. How are we nipping all these negative ills? I mean, those societal ills. How are we trying to be able to nip them in the bud to ensure that I can be able to repose confidence in the people? I mean, in Nigerians themselves, as well as in foreigners who will likely be able to come here. You cannot just be an isolation. You cannot be an island unto yourself. You need, the interactions of other nations of the world to be actually be able to have that desired, the desired nation
that we want, and that's why we have to commend the entertainment industry, music industry, the creative industry for really putting Nigeria on the map in a very positive way. But that's where we will wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment. It was really delightful speaking to you, Mr. Mohamed Akonji. Hopefully we get to see it again tomorrow. But this is where we close the curtain on the newspaper review segment this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the Business Morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
morning and welcome to Business Morning here on BusinessDay TV. It's Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025. I am Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Good morning and thank you for starting your day with us as we bring you clear data-driven insights as usual into the forces shaping Nigeria's business and economic landscape. From policy shifts to market trends, we go beyond the headlines to provide the expert analysis and context you need to make informed decision.
And now let's move to the first conversation for today. The power sector in Nigeria is once again in the spotlight as recent data reveals that the federal government's debt to electricity generation companies, GENCOs, has surged to a staggering 1.2 trillion naira in the first half of the year.
This mounting debt poses a serious threat to electricity supply stability, financial sustainability of GENCOs, and investors' confidence in the already fragile energy market.
Now, what's fueling this debt? How are GENCOs coping? And what does it mean for the average Nigeria and the future of the electricity sector?
Now, joining us to unpack all of this and answer all of these questions is Afolayan Ninimaya Oluwatobi. Is the Chief Technology Officer, Minad Global Technologies Limited. Good morning and thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Toby.
Yes, good morning.
All right. So, yes, good morning to you too. Let's start with the basics. What exactly makes up this 1.2 trillion naira debt? Are we talking unpaid invoices? Is this subsidies or a mix of factors?
Okay, based on that, to answer the question, I would like to just dig a bit into the basics. You understand? So I would like to start my point from the privatization era. That was era before 2013, and that was around 1970 when we used to have the PCN, the NEPA, Nigeria Electricity Power Authority. And back then, the generation and the distribution and transmission of electricity was actually owned by them, and it's being controlled by the body, NEPA. But after a while, around 1990s, there were measures, reform measures that actually put in place to ensure a proper running of the body, NEPA. But as at that, the result wasn't actually pursuing. So the privatization era, that was around 2013, the federal government actually worked on privatizing the process for the power sector, which then led to onboarding the NEPA. And that year, that was 2013, we come about the GENCO that we're discussing about, the generating company, and we have the transmission and we have the distribution company. So that's 2013, the GENCO, 11 GENCO companies were sold, part of which we have the Kanji Hydro Power, we have the APAM, we have the Egbin Power Supply, Power Holding Companies, and so on and so forth. So I felt after the post privatization challenge arose from that end. She understand. Now, since the NEPA body has been onboarded, the challenge we have currently is the post-privatization challenges. Now, let me dive into the question you asked directly so that I'll be able to respond to that. The money that we're talking about, the 1.2 trillion debt, actually is mainly from unpaid bills from power already generated and supplied to the national grid. So the money is actually, the money we are actually referring to is the money that has not been paid, which the GENCO has actually supplied the energy to the national grid. You understand? The money as well includes subsidy areas, the capacity charges, then market shortfalls. When we talk about market shortfalls, we talk about the electricity that has actually been supplied to the national grid and it's yet to be paid for. Okay, and then the 1.2 trillion debt as well includes the unpaid energy bill anyway. But just like a business owner, if you are running a business and the support, I mean the financial part of it is not actually properly kept, there will be big challenges. We actually dive into the political context. Federal government has been actually busy with few things, talking about subsidy, subsidy removal, new taxes, and big budgets. But I felt the energy sector, yes, the energy sector, the electricity energy sector is one of the sectors that actually needs attention in the era that we have. Because if this debt is not actually looked into properly and is not fixed in time, it might actually escalate into what the nation didn't actually presume would have happened.
Mr. Toby, you've said it all. This sector actually does need a very big attention, because we know that, and somehow electricity is trying to get better, but there's so much that they can do, because compared to other nations and as large as our population, we need to do extra more. Now the question is, how did we get here? What systemic issues or recent developments led to these massive accumulation of debt within just 6 months?
Okay. What actually led to this, from my own view, is like I will say, it's a cumulative issue. You understand? When I say cumulative issue, it's not something that is just coming up as at year 2025. You understand? It has actually been on ground since the post privatization area, since 2013. You understand? So, but the fact that the federal government didn't actually look into it vividly, or probably didn't actually make a mindful thought towards it, makes the situation escalate into trillions of naira.
Okay, so let's look at it from the GenCo's position now. How are the generation companies currently coping with this financial strain? And do you think we are going to start seeing cuts back in power production or maintenance?
Yeah, the way I think they are coping, one thing about business is you work based on budget. You understand? You can't work outside your finance. You understand? If you are producing a product, at least when producing a product, you actually need capitals. You understand? To venture into any business. So once you are producing a product and you have probably sponsors or people that are meant to be financing it, and if the finances are not actually like showing forth, you understand? They are not showing the support. The business will actually dance in a reverse way. You understand? So what I felt the result could be, if this debt is not settled, is we will face a lot electricity issues, which actually we have been facing. But we just wish and hope that this kind of conversation or discourse will make things get better, and the challenges that we are meant to face, if response are not given to the complaint, we're able to cut it off via this discourse.
All right, so what obligation does the federal government have under the current electricity market structure, and how well do you think it's fulfilling them?
I think the obligation federal government have is that federal government is expected to pay GenCo, that's the electrical generating companies, for energy not fully being paid for as discussed. You understand? So I thought federal government should actually look into it on how the debt could actually be trashed out. Then under the power sector recovery plan, we have the power sector recovery plan, which is the PSRP. Yeah, federal government agreed to fund shortfalls, but it has actually failed in fulfilling the promise. Yeah. So then Electricity Act in 2023 gives more responsibility to the state government, but nevertheless, the federal government actually has to fulfill their key obligations at the national level.
Yeah. Okay. So do you think this debt crisis will lead to more grid collapses, load shedding, or even a power supply shutdown?
Yeah, actually, this debt crisis, just as is clear and it's not leading to anyone, if the debt crisis persists, yeah, I mean, if it remains and it's no action step is taken towards it, it will end up resulting to collapsing of a lot of generating firms and electric generation firms.
Okay. So does this situation highlight any gaps in the power sector recovery plan or even the Electricity Act of 2023? What do you think of this?
Yeah, what I felt is actually the government should actually look into this thing critically. You understand? They should address it head on head, in the sense that if a nation is facing a particular challenge, and when it comes to power sector is one of the delicate sectors in the development stage of the country. You understand? Because power aids efficiency, like the way you work, productivity. Let me put that way, productivity. So if the power sector are not actually looked into properly, it will end in collapsing. It will affect productivity, and more of the generating firms, I mean electric generating firms, will actually end up collapsing. So, but what I felt the government should do is to take steps into looking at solving the debt on grant, because once the debt on grant is being fixed, it will actually encourage investors, understand, private investors that are actually willing to dive into investing into power sector to actually go ahead with it. Yeah. Then federal government can actually solve the issue by injecting funds through the CBN or Ministry of Finance. One other thing that federal government can actually do is they should restructure the debt, like debt restructuring. Now, if the debt is actually probed into and they have a plan into how the debt will be fixed out, it will be a terms of agreement. Okay, maybe within this period of time, we will be making this amount of payment. You understand? And we will see the act of commitment. You understand? Act of commitment to trash out this debt.
Okay, so let's talk about immediate and long-term option, because the federal government paying off the debt, if it was an immediate option, we won't be here having this conversation. So what are the immediate and long-term options for settling or restructuring this debt? Do you think securitization or bond insurance is on the table?
Okay, the long-term and the long-term option that we have is, just like I've said, yeah, securitization will actually help, like them turning debt into tradable assets. Yeah, all these debts could actually be traded into an asset, in the sense that if you have a particular debt and you have people that are actually willing to come in as a body, you understand, to buy maybe bond, to get bonds, you understand, to be able to sort out the debts. It will be a form of business transaction, like for investors, whereas they were having their interest, you understand, and as a result, at the end, we're able to sort out the bills. So federal government will actually issue out energy bonds.
Okay. All right then. Yeah. So how might this debt discourage private investment in power generation or renewables? Now, has investor sentiment already started shifting?
Okay. I think to that, I would like to go on a more practical level. Okay. Now, if the federal government could actually didn't or haven't sorted these debts, as an investor, an investor will be profit oriented, you understand, and will actually like to secure his fund and ensure that the person or the person is investing with or into, or a business is investing into, is the kind of business that has structure, you understand, and can actually work with the fund and will be able to pay back with interest as at the time due. You understand? So foreign and local investor needs assurance of payments. Yes, they need assurance of payment. So if the federal government are not actually proving that, it will be hard for foreign investors to, or even on foreign investors, the national investors, to venture into it. Now, because there will be a fear of, how do I say, dignity or integrity, in sense of you being committing and doing whatever you've agreed or concluded on doing. So actually, foreign investors and natural investors will look for alternative, maybe either hold the fund they have with them or find other sources, yes, within or outside the country to invest into, which will actually give them a secure source, yes, a secure source to invest in.
Okay, so what should Nigerians expect in the coming months if this issue isn't resolved urgently? And what are your recommendations, your advice for stabilizing the sector?
Oh, yeah, if the issue is not resolved, electricity will actually get worse. Yes, than we are facing at the moment. Yeah, because at the moment, it's not as if we have stable electricity, but at least it's not as worse as it would or it will happen if this issue of debt is not actually fixed or trashed out. Then more pressure will be on fuel, yes, and on other alternative sources. Yes, you know, of recent, people actually diving into renewable energy, you understand? And if the debt is not fixed, there will be pressure as for people that are using generator, diesel, yes, for alternative source of power supply for their homes, business, firms, and all. So I think then there will be hike in tariff without improvement. You understand? Now there will be hike, and when there is hike in tariff without improvement, just like we are heading for a big issue in the sense of you paying a bill for the energy which you are not able to harness, which you are not able to use. It's actually not pleasing, and it actually end up in something else.
Yeah. All right, we've been talking to Mr. Afolayan Nehemiah Oluwatobi, the Chief Technology Officer, Minat Global Technologies Limited. Thank you for all the unveiling you've done on the power sector issue this morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation on Business Morning. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its
All right, welcome back to Business Morning. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. At its latest Monetary Policy Committee meeting, the Central Bank of Nigeria held the monetary policy rate steady at 27.5%, despite a noticeable slowdown in headline inflation, which is to 22.22% in June.
And the move signals a cautious approach by the Apex Bank as it attempts to maintain recent exchange rate gains, guard against a rebound in inflation, and also stabilize the macroeconomic environment. But with the GDP growth lagging behind expectations and businesses warning that high borrowing costs are stifling productivity, questions are mounting about whether this monetary stance is sustainable.
Yeah, and joining us to unpack the decision and what it means for Nigeria's economic outlook is Ambrose Omodion. He's a financial analyst.
You're welcome, Mr. Andrews.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, so let's start with the big picture. We always like to start with the big picture here on Business Day. Now, the CBN has held the MPR at 27.5% despite declining inflation. So what's your interpretation of that decision that was made yesterday?
Actually, those that follow me on my different fora, I've said that we're not expecting a cut in this MPC meeting because, one, we have seen that in the global economy, we have seen that most of the mature central banks left their rate unchanged for this season, especially considering the tariff uncertainties and the global, also the political tension here and there. And coming back to our nation, look at our very considered decline in inflation after the rebase. We'll notice that the last result that was released, which was for the month of June, there was yes a decline in terms of year to year, but if you look at a month to month inflation, we saw an uptick in food inflation and core inflation. That alone is a sign that our inflation is also likely to come back in a moment from now. And for the period that are left rate unchanged for the month of February and May, looking at that recent report, I'm not expecting to cost rate immediately. Yes, we have two other meetings for this year. They coming on the June, September, and the November for the last of the year. If looking at what has happened, you mentioned big picture. We look at our exchange rate. Yes, we have successfully for let's say for the last 3 to 4 months stable, which is good news for Nigeria. But if at this point you start cutting rates, I'll tell you that there will be increased demand for that same FS for expand. But that is not really the issue at this point. And because the global economy is still shaking and insecurity in Nigeria is still at the peak because farmers are not having access to their farm land to produce. On that note, cost of transportation, yes, despite the rebates, factoring some new sector that's coming up, we know that here cost of transportation is still relatively high. That's why we're saying fuel price oscillated between 860 to 890. But still, movement has not changed in terms of cost. For that, it's also reflecting. And also, don't forget that it's only recently that most companies are looking at alternative for energy. Energy cost is still high. I mean, these factors that will support inflation to rebound and also start looking up are there, despite the debate. For me, that's why they are taking their time to watch between now and September, the next MPC meeting. If we see, yes, that there is little stability, they cannot be thinking of cutting to usher in the last quarter of the year in that dimension. But I believe that what we experienced so far in terms of figure, looking at the GDP also tells you that we are not ripe to cut rate now. Because even the rebase of the GDP, we are seeing that it does not really show the position of the economy. I was thinking that in the rebase GDP, we're going to see new sectors that will factor in, not just changing figures alone. That's why most times when GDP figure come, just for us to use it for set of analysis to guide, but I see that they are not giving us the real figure. I always say it in India, they're not giving us the real figure from that number of statistics. If really you want to factor in new economy, new sectors that are just bringing up to Russia, yes, that there was a transformation in terms of structure. Whereas we have seen a thing coming on board in the oil sector, making that sector so robust, which also we can see increased production. But apart from that, we're also seeing that new tech is coming in. We're seeing new companies coming up in tech business that all expanding that space, despite the big names that are there. All this also reflect there. And also even the recent bill that was passed of tax that are going to take effect from next year, I don't see all reflecting, because if you say you rebase your GDP, fine, we are back to like around fourth position in Africa, saying that yes, after we have led before now. And also, if you look at all this, tell me that the rebase GDP is just an exercise that not giving a real picture of the economy. But CBN not cutting rate at this point for me I'm not surprised, because that's what I forecasted and that's what happened. But I believe that going to the future, if before September improvement, that's what we're thinking of what, because gradually now most of the mature economy, their trade agreement is coming. We saw the recent one that came from the US and Japan. That is a good one. While US and China also finally soon finalize their position. These are the things going to take the cost and all. But I believe that CPN has another opportunity between now and September to monitor all this, because if that's also continued decline in fixed income market, it's also a pointer that we might likely see it. But for me, that inflation figure that came in the month of June, when I said I don't expect a rate cut at this meeting. Even when many analysts also were saying a rate cut, I didn't expect it, and that is what happened. But between now and September, after seeing some improvement in some other macroeconomic data, when I likely see it because anywhere in the world, CBN look at what data to take picture. They don't take just on feeling. Data is what anywhere in the world you look at your data in the economy to consider whether you cut or you give your rate.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, you sound so sure, about being from now to September for that to happen. But meanwhile, inflation has actually slowed for 2 consecutive months. Why might the CBN still be reluctant to ease these policies?
I mentioned it in my allusion, my direction of saying that because there are 2 major things that happened in July inflation. We saw that the core inflation and food inflation had an uptick, even though having year-on-year decline. For that, they don't need to cut rate. That is the only thing.
Okay. All right. So how much of this decision was driven by desire to maintain the recent Naira stability in the FX markets? Because you mentioned that this is not what the CBN needs to be doing. So do you think this was actually influenced by the desire to maintain, the Naira stability in the FX market?
Yeah, it's part of it. Why I say so is that if you quickly rush into cutting rate, going to put pressure more on what? Because demand, I tell you anywhere in the world, when there's cheaper fund, they will demand for expansion. If like your company now, for example, if you take it down, you need to employ more people, you need to buy more equipment, you need to expand business to really reflect. On that, there will be demand for what? For more effort. I want to import. But for me, as they are looking that we're already increasing our production in terms of oil. Look at Nigeria. This is the second time we're having to meet OPEC, OPEC quota in terms of oil production. Yeah. So that is sustained. We're going to see more influence in terms of efforts for CBN to use to sustain what they are doing. Because I tell you, they need to also play their role and they need more money. For me, if we sustain that production, then before end of September, like I mentioned earlier, why I say so that this opportunity to see how the global economy also is going, now give more insight whether to start cutting our rate. And it's good for us, we can drive the economy to achieve the 4% forecast growth by the government and that of World Bank at 3.6. Well, if you don't have kind of cheaper fund, you want to take, because economic activity is what drive GDP, not the figure you have in your bank account. It is the economic activity that drive GDP. If we cut rate, that will help us to achieve that, but not immediately. But I do before the end of the year, that will likely to happen so that we can achieve. But if you look at the GDP that will rebase, and even the previous one in the last quarter of 2024, we are still below that. Even with the rebase of our GDP to about 300 something billion, before we have touched almost 500 billion in terms of GDP, but still now we're in the fourth position in Africa, which is also for me is okay. But to sustain it is what matters, not just cutting, because what really kind of reduced our first rebase in 2014, where we're about 500 leading in Africa, is because of exchange issue. We saw a lot of some assault in our exchange policy that affected. But now they were repeat. What matters is that how can they sustain it? And if FS is sustained, that will assure this rebate will be sustained. But if FS also will tumble again, we're going to go further low. That's why I say they need to look at stability in FS before we cannot talk of reducing the costing rate to drive it, because we need to cut rate to also buy cheaper funds that will drive the economic activities.
You're so right when you say that it's the economic activities that actually drive the GDP. Now, is there a risk that the effects of tight monetary policies are lagging and that the CBN might be over-tightening at this point?
For me, if the inflation raised its ugly head, they might likely tight further or the board. My own is that if inflation starts going down, because anywhere in the world, the rate, the monetary policy is thought to checkmate inflation. That because price stability is their major role. If start seeing inflation, it starts going down. Like I said, if the uptick we saw in the food and core inflation for the month of June started coming down, when we start seeing production, harvest period start coming. Despite that farmers are not farm. If there's some states that are still able to go to the farm, we're not seeing harvest period, we're not seeing inflation slowing down, then they cannot think of what cutting rate in their next MPC meeting.
Okay, so the CBN's business expectation survey says that firms very high with interest rates as a bigger challenge than even security or power issue. Now, should the CBN be more responsive to that real sector?
Yeah, come again with your question. I didn't get you.
All right, so the CBN business expectation survey says firms view high interest rates as a bigger challenge than even insecurity or power issues. So do you think the CBN should be more responsive to the real sector?
Yeah, actually, they already know that, yes, cost of fund is very, very important, and that's why they are saying that. Also, if you look at also that same report we had already did, they said most companies are really kind of stomaching their high cost. That if they pass that high cost to the consumer, it's going to also increase up rate. And that's why if there is rate cut, that is where they can beat out. Was if I report, I've read it was they said that most of the corporate body are kind of absorbing the high cost and they're not passing it to the consumer. And now they are also saying that yes, interest rate is their major issue. If they increase interest rate, then that's going to be a kind of a blow to corporate body. But one thing that I will give to Nigeria corporate body today or business is that despite the headwinds in 2024, we saw that most of the company posted, kind of improved numbers that also impacted their numbers and their dividend and stuff. But now that we're seeing relatively stability in FS, and also we're seeing a mismatch that in 2025, like I said, if they can sustain this exchange rate at this point, company can easily plan and forecast. We believe that before like that September, that they will support. One thing that they know that yes, cost of fund is a major factor that drives expansion. If even though we're saying the inflation, security, and all those stuff, but if your cost of fund is low, more activities, and that will oil the economic activity.
Oh wow! So are there other monetary tools beyond rate hikes that the CBN could deploy to manage inflation and also stimulate growth at the same time?
So at this point, what matters is that the CBN have no role to when it comes to fiscal authority. In terms of security, that is pure fiscal angle. But for CBN, they have a major role. One, price stability, and also provide good environment for business to strive. And that's why we do their meeting every month anywhere, so that some countries every month or 2 months, so that you know where the economy is going. You now use your tools to pick the economy, to put the economy in the right direction. Now, last year, 2024, we saw hold all through, hike all through. But this year, this is the time we are seeing a hold. For me, it's a good one. It's a signal that they are gradually coming toward the path of cutting rate. That's why it's not immediately, but I believe between now and that September, if what we saw, like inflation start also cooling down, we're likely to see a rate go. If not that this too ugly that we saw in June, I would have said it was expected. But because of inflation pick up in the food and the core inflation, I don't expect it. But if because of harvest, as I mentioned earlier, harvest is coming, we'll not start seeing inflation still coming down, that cannot usher them to start cutting rates. Yeah. And the rate they're going to cut might start with a 25 basis points, and then cannot go to 50 depending. Also, don't forget that towards the end of the year, we see a lot of business activities. If they cut rate at that time, that will help the economy to achieve a lot in that last quarter of 2025.
Okay. Let's look at the bond and the equity markets. Do you think this cautious stance will affect investor confidence?
Yeah, for me, we have seen that the fund that's supporting the market as we speak now is most of them actually fund from from foreign investors because of our earlier devaluation. Bringing any money from foreign currency will impact more on the market, and that is also. And also our institutional investors here, the PFAs, are also having participated in the market. For this, they understand the movement of funds because anywhere in the world, interest rate is what we call a trigger circular flow of funds from bond market or to fixed market. But now that we are seeing the rate code, the next monetary policy or the next treasury bill option will give a sign. If we see an uptick in that rate, it will not tell yet. If not, our still seeing a decline, more funds will enter equity space. And also the good news that for equity space, we have seen impressive numbers that have started hitting the market right from almost 6 years ago, and that have been sustained. If that number, as our eyes are on Q2 to start, as we have seen few of them, the one that came from Lafarge Africa, beating market expectation. If that trend continues in that industry, and other sectors will start bringing better, I would say that the equity market will be able because it's signal at the end of the year a better dividend will come. And for those that in fixed income market don't want to take risk, they know that yes, if rates are continue to come down in fixed income space, they come back to equity space because companies on the estate are posting better number that will support a higher payout at the end of the day.
So now, what key indicators should we watch in the coming months to know whether a rate cut could be on the horizon?
Okay, actually, we have seen the rebase, GDP, and I tell any investor that you don't need to wait for government GDP. Personally, I don't wait for this because it comes. I don't look at it and analyze it. If you read the Nigeria economy expanded in Q2, now that we're expecting the numbers as they are coming, will tell us that yes, we're seeing an improvement. Already they're giving us now GDP for first quarter, the rebate about 3.13. Then if you also see Q2 number, it will tell you a performance of our GDP, how it will look like for Q2. That will help investors to kind of prepare for the next quarter, which also be for 2020, fourth quarter of the year. But I believe that what it does to look at corporate earnings, and so look eyes be on what on this inflation data to guide you, because that's the only way I know that if there's high inflation, there are some sectors that will pass this high inflation to consumer and still make post-positive earnings and the pay good dividend. That's why even anywhere there's inflation, there's equal investors should also look at the market to know where to position, because there are some sectors that their service or their product are essential, that even when there's inflation, because that sector or that company can easily pass it to their consumer and they still make money and pay high dividend and also support their price, than take it to know where there is low risk and your return is low, or you can take calculated risk and move to equity space. That's why after this meeting yesterday, today you see that many companies will be try to digest, kind of analyze the outcome of this meeting, and also look at the strength of GDP with the outcome of MPC, where next, and put at those sectors that are emerging because of government policy. We have seen that the consumer growth, my friend sector, which is the engine room of any economy that wants to grow, and that's why CBN also is looking at if they cut rate in the last quarter of the year, it will further boost the microfinance sector, and which is it's only in Nigeria you that the service sector that is contributing more to the GDP than the production sector. It's because the cost of production is high, cost of labor. But if we start cutting rate, that will help that sector also to contribute to our GDP and also drive the economy. Because where you see that this sector is driving the economy, for me, it's a good place. But when service sector is also driving the economy, for me, it's not too good. But it's also can't cancel it. But when you see production, that's why today, look at China, look at Japan, because their production sector is what driving their economy. We want to come to that stage.
Oh, wow. So we've been talking to Mr. Ambrose Amajon, a financial analyst. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thanks for having me.
All right. It's been insightful topics this morning, starting from the power sector and now to the CBN GDP rebase. I'm just going to give my thought on everything that was discussed here. Okay. I'm going to start with the power sector, and for me, I would say for the power sector, 1.2 trillion naira, it's not accounting. Because when we hear the numbers, it sounds like accounting. For me, it's a crisis. Okay. And to think that they just want to the arrears is just for the first half, with total debts now at 5.2 trillion naira. That means Nigeria's power grid is teetering on collapse, and we are facing blackouts. And tomorrow, not today, you might wake up and you see that you don't have light anymore. in as much as you are paying so much for it, you find out that there is blackout. And the fact that the government is pretending that this tariff cut is dressed as a reform. Yeah. They come in with the band A to, and I found out now that there are 5 bands, wow. Band A to band E. They dressing it as a reform just speaks more of the risks and the crisis that we are at here in the power sector.
You know, people actually are happy that there's the little reform in the power sector is. Some people will say, in some areas they enjoy the service, but they also still complain that the cost is killing.
Should we do a survey on people that actually really enjoy power supply?
How is it in your area?
It's very well in my area because it's more like a private owned or private paid. Oh, wow. Let me just pause at that. But if we do a survey on the number of people actually getting power supply, you find out that it's actually little to none.
True.
But moving on to the second conversation that we had, which was on the CBN GDP rebates. For me, I think in all of this, until oil is back to target and the private credit opens up, the real growth is still elusive. And I would agree with Ambrose. Yeah. I think it's not really it's not smart. The CBN is actually playing safe. If I do say so myself, it's not really a smart move, because without reform and a healthy fiscal sector, the rates will still hold, it will still become an economic shackle and shambles. So I think they're just trying to play safe, which is actually not a good one. When it comes to numbers, playing safe is not always the way to go.
Yeah, but then how do you think they were still going to be able to, solidify the whole debt issue? Did you think it's something that they can actually fix with the timing he gave?
That's what I'm saying, that until oil, we sort out oil, until oil is back on target and private credit opens up, we would not experience growth. Oh, wow. No matter what they do to the numbers, we are not going to experience any form of growth. That is just my take on this.
Oh, wow. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Destiny Mama.
And my name is Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
Good morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello and welcome to the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we make sense of the issues shaping our nation, economy and society. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning we're diving into a long-standing national debate that has defined Nigeria's political discourse for decades, which is restructuring. From regional agitation to demands for fiscal federalism, resource control and state policing. And now there's a call for a brand new constitution. The question remains, can restructuring or a constitutional overhaul redirect Nigeria towards stability, equity and inclusive growth? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more, I'm joined by a legal mind who brings both constitutional clarity and national perspective. Barrister Osa Director is the principal partner at Osa Director Law Firm. Can I also add that he is a senior assistant editor at the Tell magazine and the former editor-in-chief and CEO at the Insider Weekly magazine. He's also the author of the books Suicides, Journalism and Vultures in Power, as well as being the publisher of the Brief International magazine, which is a law-centered journal. So he has so many accolades to his heart. Good morning, Barrister. All right, Barrister, if you're there, you could just unmute your mic because I can't hear you.
Okay.
All
I
right.
don't think my mic.
Yes, we can hear
Are you
you
hearing me
now.
now?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Welcome to the show, Barrister. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let me start by asking you, just to gain some clarity. Restructuring is a term we tend to throw around a whole lot, but from your legal and civic lens, what exactly does it entail and what are Nigerians truly asking for when we talk about restructuring?
Thank you for having me on this program.
Absolutely.
I quite agree with you that the word restructuring is being bandied around, sometimes ignorantly, sometimes for selfish reasons, to the extent that it means several things to several people, or several different things to different personalities. It arose as a result of what you call the debate over the national question. And what are the national questions, or what is the national question? The issue is that there is a pervasive sense of injustice by certain sections of the country who feel marginalized from both the political and economic gains and profit of the nation. There is a sense of feeling that a certain section of the country is monopolizing the leadership of the nation, and consequently, since those who control power also control the resources, means that they are also controlling more of the national resources, or are in a position to determine who gets what, when, how, and why. So these were the questions that prompted people to start agitating that there's a need to restructure the country, to promote a sense of fairness, a sense of equity, a sense of redistribution and allocation of resources for the better good of the better number, or the greater number, you know. So this was when the clamor for restructuring started, and it was really under the military regime. You know, there was an unbroken 16 years of military regime from 1983 to 1999. So that was when Nigerians started agitating that, look, if we have to run what you call a proper federation, then there should be a situation where there's a devolution of power and what people in the South region of Nigeria have come to call resource control. So I would say that for me, restructuring basically means that Nigeria should defer to Section 2, Sub 2 of the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended, which says that Nigeria should be a federation consisting of states. And if you are a federation, it should be run or operated as a federation in the proper sense of it. In essence, there should be devolution of power. In essence, there should be fiscal federalism. For example, you find out that there are some states in Nigeria today that operate under Sharia, and they have this Hizbah community that goes around to ensure that the laws are done in accordance with Sharia. And these states prohibit the consumption of alcohol. It will be haram for a state that prohibit the consumption of alcohol to now benefit from revenue, from taxes, from VAT that is obtained from alcohol. Because that will amount to sheer hypocrisy. So these are some of the issues that's okay, fine. If we want to run a proper federal state, those states that legislate against alcohol should also not be in a position to benefit from the revenue coming from alcohol. I just mentioned this as an instance. This is one of the few reasons why people said, okay, there should be fiscal federalism. And you can't expect getting resources from Unit A, and when you take it to the center, which is Abuja, and when you are sharing it, Unit A that contributed 60% of resources is now getting less than 5%, while Unit B that contributed less is now getting more. So these are the issues that Nigerians are now saying, let there be restructuring. Restructuring, basically, for me, and as I know it, except anybody wants to be mischievous, is as fiscal federalism. To promote devolution of power, a situation where every month people go cap in hand, the states go cap in hand to Abuja, begging for resources. A situation where somebody sits in Abuja and says he's the president and commander-in-chief and determine who will be the governor of state A or state B, or a situation where somebody is the president of Nigeria and commander-in-chief and is the one who will decide what the governor of state A or state B should do. Those are things that should not arise in a federal state. Like I always tell my friends, have you ever seen governors of California, New York, and the rest going down to Washington, D.C. to meet with Donald Trump or to take excuse from Donald Trump that they want to do so and so in their state? No. There are federal laws, yes. Those are things that have to do with security, foreign affairs, and things like that. But basically and fundamentally, the control of a state should be under that of the state governors. And even local government, you have their own autonomy, not autonomy in an obfuscating manner that some of us are interpreting it, but they should also be independent from the state, not just from the federal government as we have it. So basically, for me, as I said conclusively, is that restructuring is a situation where you have devolution of power, more powers flowing to the states rather than concentralizing it at the center, and they having fiscal federalism, whereby if a state chooses to say, I want to do Sharia, then you should not benefit from revenue that come from alcohol or from hotels or things that you have banned under the Sharia legal system. And then it should be a restructuring that promotes a sense of justice, a sense of equity, a sense of fairness, and a sense of inclusivity for every component unit of Nigeria.
Well said, Barrister. When you were speaking, you did mention the 1999 Constitution, and that brings me to the next question I'll be asking you now. We often hear that the 1999 Constitution is a military document lacking popular legitimacy. In your own view, should we be talking about a new constitution, or can we get to work with what we've got through comprehensive amendment?
If I have to be realistic, there are times when a fait accompli is handed over to you, what you can do is do what you can with what you have been given, not say, let's start all over again. There's nothing wrong in the National Assembly sitting down together and the people insisting that they should draft a new constitution. However, the constitution we have now, how well have we implemented it? That is the fundamental question. A situation where you have a high level of brigandage, a high level of what I call executive rascality, exhibited by those who are controlling the levels of power, those who were ostensibly or apparently voted to position of authority by the people, disobeying and disregarding the Constitution, even as we have it now. What guarantee do you have if we have a brand new constitution that they will obey? I think the greatest challenge Nigeria has is that of impunity. We have impunity. People do things and just get away with it. The laws are always there, but we obey them. I agree that the constitution we have now was handed over to us by the military. To the extent I always tell people that it is fraudulent, because for you to say we the people of Nigeria, I mean, there was never a time we the people sat down and gave ourselves a constitution. But you see, in law, you say is a government de jure or de facto. It can be both. By the time that the military gave us the constitution, they were in power, and we've gotten it. Now we have a right, the constitutional right, to also sit down and say, yes, we have seen some lacuna in this constitution. Let us fill it up. We have seen some provisions and clauses in this constitution that are not necessary. Let us read it and sit down. And I think since 1999, we have about 2 or 3 amendments to the Constitution. And that is why, as lawyers, if you are quoting Constitution, you say 1999 Constitution as amended. So I think what we can do to save cost and to save the people's time and unnecessary bickering, we can always, if we have a progressive National Assembly, they can always sit down in conjunction with the people or the various stakeholders in Nigeria to make the necessary amendment. I think that's what we can do, rather than say, let's throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can also decide to say, we don't want a presidential system again. We want to run what we call a parliamentary system. If we feel that is best for us, we can. So I am of the view and of the strong opinion that we don't need a fresh constitution. We need what we call a thorough amendment of the present constitution that we have. After all, this constitution we have is a flow from the 1963 Constitution and the 1979 Constitution. People have said that the best of what the Constitution we had in Nigeria has been the 1963 Constitution, when Nigeria became a federal republic, and that we should go back to that. Then there's a way we can do that by taking some of the clauses and provisions in those constitutions and infuse it into this constitution by way of amendment, and then we can get go. So I don't think that there's any need for this jamboree of putting people together, spending all kinds of money to say we want to draft a new constitution. Let the National Assembly be pressurized and be made to be progressive in their disposition by amending the constitution in such a way and in collaboration with the various stakeholders in Nigeria to give us the constitution that we desire and that we want.
Okay, so what do you have to say about those who have a growing belief that economic growth is perhaps tied to political restructuring, whether it's resource control or state autonomy? Do you think there's any truth to this connection?
Certainly there is. I mean, like I said earlier, when you have a situation where the president and commander-in-chief expresses a kind of suzerainty over the various component units of the federation, there is no way that the level of development of the president. So if you don't have a progressive president, then you are not going to have most of the states being progressive. And to the extent that if you accumulate power at the center, it's going to dovetail and impact on the way and manner the various component units are able to develop. So I agree totally that restructuring has an impact to play. In short, an overwhelming impact to play on the way and manner that the various states will develop. Excuse me. So I agree with that to a large extent, that yes, the restructuring will have an impact on the way and manner the states are going to develop. If the nation is properly restructured, we are going to have greater development. Like, people will easily refer you to the First Republic. Sorry. People will easily refer you to the First Republic, where you have regional government, to the extent that the gladiators of those era are still very, very prominent till today. And that you even have a situation where the gladiators of those areas, people like Samad Bello prefer to stay in Kaduna than they come to Lagos. People like Chief Obafemi Awolowo to stay in Ibadan than come to Lagos. People like Azikiwe prefer to stay in Enugu than come to Lagos. And we have greater development then. If you really want to situate Nigeria today and see how far we have gone, I think we made more progress during those periods than we have now, where you are in a position to identify the needs, the needs of your people and add faster to it, you know. So I agree with you. I agree with those who believe that restructuring will create better, faster development for the nation.
And if we're going to be very realistic about this entire restructuring thing we're talking about, because it can seem like these conversations can feel very theoretical. So if we want to be truly realistic right now, how do we really go about actual reform? How do we go from debate to actual reform?
Yeah, you are right if you say it could seem theoretical, and that is why I said people have their own version and understanding of what structuring is about. But I think for you to understand and appreciate how practical it could be is to cast your mind back to the First Republic. In the First Republic, there was healthy competition. For example, when Chief Obafemi Awolowo and co founded the Premier University of Ibadan, it didn't take time for Ahmadu Bello to take up the challenge and establish Ahmadu Bello University. It didn't take time for Okpara and Nnamdi Azikiwe to establish University of Nigeria, Nsukka. You know, the same thing with when WNTV came around, Western Nigerian Television. So you will expect a situation where if the nation is properly structured and there's devolution of power to the component units, it is going to promote healthy challenge, healthy competition. And this will promote or invariably lead to faster development in terms of addressing the infrastructural deficit that we experience in the country today. So you can say it is theoretical, but because we have done it before, you are able to see the practical implication of restructuring the nation. So for the younger ones, yes, even me, I was not really around when the First Republic was there. You know, I was born after Nigeria's independence. But at least what I read in books and what my parents told me, and from what history has taught us, it is obvious that we experienced more development then, and then we had greater competition. When you come to Western Nigeria, then you see cocoa. Today, do you have the cocoa industry? You go to the north, you have the granite pyramid. Today, you have granite pyramid. You go to the east, you have coal development. That's why Enugu is called Coal City. They have all disappeared because of the emergence and drilling of oil in the Niger Delta. Nobody wants to, everybody is lazy. All the component states are lazy. They go cap in hand to Abuja to share money that likely come from the Niger Delta. This shouldn't be so. So please, it is very, very practical. When there is devolution of power, when there is fiscal federalism, when there is total restructuring, it is going to lead to better development. There is no state in Nigeria today, no region of Nigeria today that is not adequately blessed with mineral resources and human resources. And we have even gone beyond the situation in the world today, where you look forward to things on the ground. You talk of things in your head. And that is why you have seen that when you go to Silicon Valley, or what ICT is doing all over the world today, people can sit in their home and begin to use their brain to generate and regenerate ideas that will catalyze and galvanize development in the ICT world, in artificial intelligence. You don't need things on the ground. You don't even need mineral resources. And even if you have a concentration on mineral resources, do you know until this Boko Haram incident, do you know that people were mining in Zamfara State? Do you know the amount of gold beneath the earth in Zamfara State? Every state, you go to Plateau State, the same thing.
All right, Barrister, I have to come in now. I see the passion with which you're speaking, but because we're pressed for time, let's look outward now. Would you say there's some models globally that Nigeria can, maybe take a lesson from that show us what's possible?
Yeah, I think what I can easily point to is the quality of leadership. Okay, in terms of, so if you go to a place like Switzerland, they do rotation of power, which is what Nigeria has tried to emulate since 1999. But you still see some very destructive politicians due to their own ambitions trying to frustrate that. Rotation of power between certain stakeholders in the society. And you go to Indonesia, where you have Suharto there, because Indonesia is as big as Nigeria, if not bigger. And you had a lot of power being devolved to the components units. That was what accelerated industrial growth in Indonesia, So I think those are practically the two states I can easily relate to. Because if you are talking of Singapore, people will tell you that Singapore is too small to compare to Nigeria, because it's just, I think Singapore is not as big as Ikeja, because when I was there in 2007, I think it took me less than 40 minutes to move around the whole of Singapore. So, but I think, like I said, when you can look, and you can also look up to India, even though India still have a high level of poverty, but you can see the level of development that is happening in India today. Just like I told you, that forgetting about things beneath the earth, you can see that India is the center of ICT today. Look at all the major chief executive of the blue chip companies in the United States. They are most of them are Indians, and Indians. So, and they have de-emphasized on what you call natural mineral resources, emphasizing on what comes from the brain. And at the end of the day, I think India is a classic example that we can copy, that have emphasized on devolution of power, that we can take as a model, because we also got our independence around the same period with them. So, these are models that are there for Nigeria to take, and India is even more populated than Nigeria, and India is even more pluralistic than Nigeria. You have Hindus, you have Christians, you have Muslims, and you have idol worshippers there. They have been able to manage it. So we can look at that. That's a model we can look at.
From where I'm sitting, I'm thinking about the woman in Aba who is trying to grow a small business. I'm also thinking about the youth in Kaduna who is looking for opportunity. What difference will this restructuring, or even this new constitution, what will it actually make in their life? What difference will it make?
If you are thinking of the woman in Aba and the young guy in Kaduna, if you have restructuring, for example, one, they are closer to the seat of government. Abuja is so far from everybody. I'm not talking of the physical distance. Abuja is so far from everybody, But if you have a regional, if there's restructuring and we still operate on the basis of these states, and there is more power for Alex Oti, for instance, you will see that the young man in Aba who is doing his shoes overnight will have access to government, will have easier and faster access to government, and will have easier and faster access to finance, to improve on his facilities. The same thing with the woman trying to have a go at life in Kaduna, with the same young man doing furniture in Benin City. You will have easier and faster access to finance and to the seat of government. And it's even a faster position for the government to see what these people are doing and to minister to their needs. So for me, it brings government closer to the people, and we can also deceive ourselves. Sometimes when our leaders in Abuja make pronouncements, they don't really do it to punish people. They do it what I call out of ignorance, cultural, historical, and traditional ignorance. And these are things that can easily be corrected when there is devolution of power to the state and when there is restructuring. A man who was born and brought up in Aba and who is from Aba and who has the power to do all the things that are needed to be done cannot lay claim to historical, cultural, and even political ignorance of his environment. He'll be in a better position to accelerate the growth and development of his region or his state because he can easily identify with their needs. And he can even connect spiritually for those who want to go along that route.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Osad, Director, Principal Partner at Osad Director Law Firm. Thank you very much for sharing your insight today on The Big Story.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is social listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Ready to kick it and ready to break it today. Let's begin. Now, let's start off in Osun State, where the governor, Ademola Adeleke, says is fully committed to the People's Democratic Party, but his support also extends to President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid. Yes, you heard that right. Now, the governor made this announcement on his official X handle after meeting with the Osun PDP leadership caucus, and according to him, it followed weeks of consultations with stakeholders, traditional leaders, civil servants, and grassroots leaders. He called Tinubu a proud son of our state. Now, that's in quote. And he said that while he remains in PDP, his support for Tinubu is based on shared priorities for Osun's development. Of course, we'll see some of the reactions on social media, because I know that you probably have a lot of things to say about this conversation. But let's check out what the people on social media are saying about it, because it's social listening anyway. So, but what are your thoughts on the conversation, firstly?
So, like they always say, he who dances like a crab should not be shocked when the net, puts them in a chokehold. I've never known, Governor Adeleke to be a two-edged sword man.
Right.
I've always known him to stick with his thing right, and get it done. And the worst come to worst, if anything turns out the way he doesn't want it to turn out, he'll put a smile on your face. Hence his name, aka the dancing
governor. He seems like just a very happy person.
You know. And he has a gentle, cool soul. At every point in time, he brings the best to it. But to now say that he, supports Tinubu's move, yet he still remains in PDP, doesn't that sound a bit of, put it this way now, some level of inconsistency? I mean, you guys are like the major opposition party. Is it that he's putting his political agenda or political sense or ambience to the side and sticking with his brother, right? Saying, look, I support my brother to run again. However,
I think it's just about, I think it's just politics playing out here, because, I mean, this is, we are talking about, he still intends to run next year, obviously.
Yes, he does.
At the next election, rather. Definitely. So certainly he needs to still have the, support of the person who perhaps might still be in power at that time. So this is just politics playing out. But this is where we see the comments on social media and see what our listeners or our audience is saying. Iola says, I hope Tinubu will now go ahead to finally release the local government allocations as ruled by the court. Endorsement through coercion and inducement is not something to celebrate, but that's where we found ourselves in Tinubu's democracy. More comments and more reactions to this story on social media very quickly. Temi Tayo says, it's either you endorse the president from your party, you decamp to the president's party, or go against the president and forfeit your state's monthly allocation from the federal. Either way, your neck is pressed. I love that remark. Cool Prince X says, only in Nigeria will a member of one political party openly endorse a member of a rival party. Now, don't these political parties in Nigeria have rules and regulations to guide their members? I'm even here, I'm just saying to myself, won't this fall under anti-party activities? But I don't know if you have more comments on social media. There's one more from Ajib6716 says, the smartest move ever. Governor Adeleke knows how to play politics. Imagine having the support of both PDP and APC at the same time. Absolutely. I think that's really
I think there is a level of conflict of interest going on, and there is a rule, just that we need to go back to the books and see what these rules are and how they govern inter-party activities.
Yes.
However, if we consistently see, or rather we let this one slide and not talk about it, we will see a lot of people who, other politicians who will see this as a yardstick. Oh, this is now the norm to now say, okay, we support you, Mr. President, but we stick with our party. Look, put your money where your mouth is. If you say, and again, it's not me trying to throw Governor Adeleke under the bus, but let's call a spade a spade. You have a party that is the major opposition party,
right?
So to say, quote unquote, until maybe any other party comes and then becomes far more formidable, even though Labour Party last general election was more or less the ones pulling the tug on the other side where APC was. But however, PDP has been known to push the agenda and push it well. Him being part of PDP, a strong member of PDP, to now say, I support you, to run, but then again still maintains his steez and maintains his stance in PDP, gives me reason to worry. And I wonder, our politicians, truth be told, we know in politics it is no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. But in this case, what happened to the second one is Governor Adeleke practicing no permanent enemy, but he wants to say, okay, permanent friends and permanent interest. How about that? He should choose one.
But I think he's actually following the no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. I mean, the game is the game, like you say. The game is the game, really.
Now, let's assume he is pushed forward by his party. You must run for president, or run for the seat, or the biggest seat in Nigeria, the highest seat. What if he's pushed 2027? Do you know what's going to happen? People will go back to this tweet. Nigerians, internet is always undefeated.
And once you go, if that ever happens, I think no one can coerce you to do what you don't want to do. So he probably already has his plans out. That can happen right now. But the thing is, if that does happen, you will rework the narrative.
I'll give you a good example. Do you remember when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president, current president now, was running during the general elections? He went to River State. I remember vividly. I still have that video. I downloaded it. Where Wike welcomed them as the sitting governor of River State. And these were his words. He asked them, he said, Excellency, please, are you people trying to truncate this election? In his words now, truncate this election. They were all mute looking at him like this because he doesn't understand. Why is that they will say one thing to say another one? He doesn't understand how this is. Like, he welcomed them here so that he can understand. But he loves his party. He doesn't want to do anything that will, you know. But guess what?
What?
As soon as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu won, he moved from he want to truncate the party to yes sir.
That's why I said something. I said the game. The game is actually the game. You can't hate the player, hate the game. But let's move on to our next story. Where over the weekend, the governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebolo, advised Peter Obi, of course, the presidential candidate for the past year, not to enter Edo State without notifying him first, a statement many saw as a threat. Yesterday, he defended his comments during the commissioning of the new Edo line in Benin. He said his comment was only a security precaution and not a political attack. Well, his words were just one word and everyone was crying about his advice. Don't come to Edo without telling me. And but let's see the video, which obviously has circulated online about. I must say that it was a very daredevil remark.
I will tell you before the video
Edo
comes
State
up.
Governor, right?
You know, look, politics in Nigeria is very sensitive, and Nigerians already, minus politics, we're a sensitive nation. Any little things want to jump on it. However, this man didn't make a publication.
Yes,
it was just a comment. And so we read different meanings into that comment. This is the bad part now. It is taking away ample time for you for something else. However, it is on the front burner. So let's talk about it. Do you think in any way Peter Obi wants to go to Edo State and they want to harm him? Why would they want to harm him? He's not someone who has been targeted to say he's a controversial person.
But I think it's showing this territory, like don't come without...
I was even going there. I was going there.
Without telling me.
Now, if we're looking at territorial, control, quote and unquote. If that statement was made with that in mind, I would just use this word my grandmother then used to say, she used to say, onto you. In other words, what it means, go know yourself. Go and know yourself and come back. So I think the governor of Edo State should have been wise enough. If he made that statement, knowing that this will come out of it, could have been wise enough to make such a statement because he's going to come back and haunt him. Why? Because anyone who wants to come to that state will say, oh, if this is the case, then Edo State is not safe to go to. And so that begs another question, which is this. If it's not safe to go to, should we even be able to say we allow what comes out of that state to be counted as
But is that really the context at which he says don't come to Edo State without telling me? It was more of a context of like it's like no. It's more of a context of so if I don't want unwanted visitors, I don't want surprise guests, that type of thing. That's how I would differ. That's how I would. But maybe we should see the video first before you beg to differ. Let's check out the video on social media from the Edo State Governor, Monday Okpebolo, and you see his reaction.
Even when they said I don't talk, just one word, one sentence, everybody was crying. I simply said, it's an advice, don't come to Edo without telling me. Was I chewing hot yam? Do I need 1 + 3 to make my sentence? No! Even when they said I don't talk, just one word, one sentence, everybody was crying.
You know what I'm going to say right now? This is a new meme for me. When I want to make sense, I just put that just one word and everyone was crying. Because then he says, like, I really like how he feels, like, you know how we say in Nigeria, how he's feeling himself. He said, did I put hot yam in my mouth? Just one word and everyone is crying.
Again, like I said, if he made that statement with some other different ulterior motive, well, let us really, really look into it. But for him to have said what he said, and I'm watching the video, I think this statement he made here was a carryover of what the maybe initial statement that he made, because he's making reference to that particular initial one.
Yes.
So that be the case. If you look at it, he's trying to clarify, saying, okay, you know what? He didn't mix his words, just one word. So a lot of people have taken it, in different areas. How towards different contexts. I beg your pardon. So whichever it is, give and take. I think that we should allow egos, to just slide, because it begins to look like an ego trip, saying, no, I am the chief security officer of the state. You must let me know before you come to the state, so that what will happen? So I can welcome you very well.
So I can spread the carpets.
And spend money, taxpayers' money to do what? To buy carpet or to go and bring vehicles.
Because you are special. But let's see some of the reactions on social media if we can take those ones very quickly. Because obviously there have been loads and loads of reactions to this story. Lawrence says, so those people supporting this ignorant governor will also notify the governor of any state in Nigeria they are entering. If you don't do that, it means you are a hypocrite. That's from Ochudo. Alex Obi says he will come to Edo State whenever he likes because as a citizen, he has the right. Edo State residents love Peter Obi and there's nothing anybody can do about that.
That sounds reasonable.
Interesting. Payne says, Governor Kwebolo said nothing but the truth. What's so hard about informing the chief security officer before entering a state? It's called respect and due process. If that one sentence shook them, maybe the problem isn't what he said, but their guilty conscience. Right on, Governor. This person is definitely on the side of the governor. Let's see if we have more reactions to this story. But without any more reactions, let's just, at the end of the day, is Peter Obi going to have to inform? Will he really take that
I can
word
tell
of
you,
advice?
having known Peter Obi, and we followed his trajectory, he's someone who he doesn't allow those things to get to him. He will call you on his phone. Just take his phone.
I'm coming, Your
Excellency, I've seen what social media what they're doing to two of us. It's quite interesting. Anyways, I'm coming. I'll be so time, so where, or whatever it is. So at so time. He won't allow his own ego to kick in.
Yes.
He will just go straight to the point. He has never been known to put ego first. He's a man of integrity, which we know. So for him not to let the world know, look, I have nothing to hide. I'm going to call him. He probably will call him and record the conversation, with the camera, saying, put the speakerphone. Yes, so I've seen what has happened, and we are hearing what's going on social media. We're shaking the table. You're my brother now, in his own context. Yeah. You're my brother now. Okay, I'm coming. Expect me. Are you going to give me lunch in the State House? And he will just laugh over everything. Right. That's what I anticipate. For it to go the other way around, then that's not Peter Obi.
I remember with someone I know, obviously my friend, she currently was appointed as senior special assistant, and then she made a post and someone was like, hope we don't have to call you when we're coming to Edo State.
You see what I'm saying?
So I like how we're just making fun about the entire conversation, but at the end of the day, I just see it as politics.
So, but no, politics, right, is so strange that every move you make could be seen as political. And no political statement or move is taken lightly. They always bring major meaning to it. In fact, they create videos out of pictures. I'm just trying to be a bit more.
Is that Benin Bragado? Because if you remember Governor Adams Oshiomhole, this is how it was.
You could tell.
So now it seems that Governor Monday Okebolo is also giving that Benin Bragado, that thing that they're known for.
First. Yes. We're full of pride. We are full of culture and
they're
pride.
Known for in this, but let's not get tribal about it. So but let's wrap it up here today. That's where we'll leave it today on Social Listening segment. We'll be back again tomorrow with more interesting stories. Do stay tuned to bdtv. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course,
Onyeka Valentine.
All right.
We'll inform you, don't worry.
Absolutely. All right, by 11 o'clock, we'll be going to the business news. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business services of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to Today in History here on bdtv, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Norma Owona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 23rd. On this day in 1892, Haile Selassie was born. Originally born as Tafari Makonnen, he was the Emperor of Ethiopia from 1930 to 1974. He sought to modernize his country and steered it into the mainstream of post-World War II African politics. Haile Selassie was regarded as the messiah of all black people by the Rastafarian movement. He played a vital role in the establishment of the Organization of African Unity in 1963. His rule in Ethiopia continued until 1974, when famine, worsening unemployment, and the political stagnation of his government prompted segments of the army to mutiny. They deposed Haile Selassie and established a provincial military government, the Derg, which espoused Marxist ideologies. Haile Selassie was kept under house arrest in his own palace, where he spent the remainder of his life. Official sources at the time attributed his death to natural causes, but evidence later emerged, suggesting that he had been strangled on the orders of the military government. And on this day in 1903, Ford Motor Company sold its first $850 version of the Ford Model A. The first Model A was sold to a dentist in Chicago for $850. That is about $23,000 today, adjusted for inflation. The sale came at a time when Ford was reportedly down to its last $200 in its bank account after starting with $28,000 when the company was incorporated a month before. However, the lean times would not last. The car was a hit, and by the end of the year, Ford will have $37,000 in profits. And finally, on this day in 1914, Austria sent an ultimatum to Serbia which was to punish and suppress those responsible for Archduke Franz Ferdinand's murder or be invaded. The ultimatum was immediately matched by pledges from Germany and Italy to come to Serbia's aid. At the time, the stock market had very little reaction to the assassination of Franz Ferdinand on June 28, 1914. The worst day on the US market stock after the assassination of Franz Ferdinand was July 15th, when the markets fell about 1%. And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
And good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets and Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as the markets. Before we start, we go off with business news making the rounds, and we're starting with CBN retaining interest rate at 27.5% despite cooling inflation. The CBN has held the benchmark interest rate at 27.5% for the third consecutive time, following a unanimous decision by the Monetary Policy Committee. The CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso said the move aims to sustain disinflation momentum and contain price pressures as headline inflation eased to 22.22% in June from 22.97% in May, driven by lower energy costs and forex stability. Despite this, core inflation rose to 22.7% and month-on-month inflation ticked up slightly, reflecting ongoing cost pressures in services and housing. Cardoso reaffirmed the CBN's commitment to price stability, projecting further easing in the months ahead. He highlighted rising external reserves at $40.1 billion, banking sector stability, and the 3.13% GDP growth rate in Q1 2025 as signs of resilience. However, he warned of global risk and urged continued support for agriculture to safeguard food security. The NPC, he said, remains vigilant in monitoring inflation and macroeconomic developments. Then he also talked about 8 banks that have surpassed the recapitalization target. He said that 8 banks have surpassed CBN's minimum recapitalization requirement. This was said during the conclusion of the 301st Monetary Policy Committee meeting. Cardoso highlighted GTCO's $105 million equity raise on the London Stock Exchange as a sign of growing foreign investor confidence in Nigeria's banking sector. Access Holdings was the first to meet the new capital threshold, followed by Zenith Bank and Stanbic IBTC, whose 149 billion naira rights issues was oversubscribed. GTCO is expected to meet this target soon, while Wema Bank, with its 149.3 billion rights issues, awaits final subscription result. Fidelity Bank, with shareholder approval for a 20 billion shares private placement, could surpass 500 billion in capital if fully subscribed. UBA and FCMB Group are actively raising funds, with FCMB targeting 340 billion. EcoBank had already exceeded the capital requirement before the directive. The CBN expects full compliance ahead of the 2026 deadline. Then we'll move to NNPC. NNPC's remittances to the Federation account hit 6.9 trillion naira in 6 months. NNPC Limited has remitted 6.96 trillion naira in statutory payments between January and June 2025, reinforcing its role as a major contributor to the Federation account, the company announced in its June monthly report. Those earlier payments of 5.58 trillion up to April and 4.22 trillion by May, with June alone contributing 1.37 trillion. In June, NNPC posted a profit after tax of 905 billion naira, down from 1.054 trillion naira in May. Revenue for the month stood at 4.57 trillion, a dip from May's 6 trillion naira. Meanwhile, crude oil and condensate production averaged 1.68 million barrels per day, while the natural gas output reached 7.58 billion cubic feet per day. Then we'll move to the equities market. Equities are maintaining their rally as MPC holds rate. Nigeria's stock market extended its rally on Tuesday, gaining 0.47% as investors reacted positively to the CBN's decision to hold key policy rates. The NGX All-Share Index rose to 132,451.73 points, while market capitalization increased to 83.79 trillion. Year to date, the market has returned 28.69%, placing it amongst Africa's top-performing bourses. Following the MPC's decision to maintain the monetary policy rate at 27.5% and keep other policy tools unchanged, investor sentiment was boosted by ongoing FX reforms, easing fixed income yields, and expectations of interim dividends. Strong buy activity drove gains in stocks like Dangote's sugar refinery, which surged by 10% to 56 naira 10 kobo. Others posting near double digits included The Initiates PLC, Sovereign Trust Insurance, Nigeria Enamel Wear, and University Press. Trading was robust, 762.6 million shares, worth 26.43 billion, exchanging over 32,000 deals. We saw some of our active stocks were Access Holdings, Lalix, UBA, GTCO, and Lafarge. Then move to Bua Cement, that is projecting its profit climbing to 250 billion on lower FX losses. Bua Cement projects that its net income would reach 250 billion by year-end 2025, driven by reduced forex losses and increased production capacity. The group's chairman, Abdulsamad Rabiu, disclosed this at the company's 9th annual general meeting on Monday, citing improving economic fundamentals and the positive impact of CBN's reform. In 2024, BUA nearly doubled its revenue to 877 billion from 460 billion in 2023. Despite a 93.9 billion FX loss, its profit before tax rose by almost 50% to 99.63 billion, while its earnings per share climbed up to 2 naira 18 kobo. Notably, its Q1 2025 profit alone stood at 81 billion, surpassing FY 2024 earnings. Rabiu praised the CBN's FX reforms for eliminating the need to lobby for dollars, projecting that the naira could strengthen to 1,200 naira to a dollar soon. He also announced a 2 naira 2.05 dividends per share, and he said no expansion is planned beyond the current 20 million metric ton capacity. Then we move on to Lafarge, that posted a strong second quarter performance as its revenue rose by 70% to 268 billion naira, up from 157 billion in Q2 2024. Profit after tax surged by 248% during the quarter to 84 billion, driven by operational efficiencies and some strong top-line growth. Its operating profit jumped by 153% to 120 billion, reflecting improved cost management and distribution strategy. The CEO of Lafarge credited the results to strategic execution and innovative offerings. After the break, we return with the breakdown, we return with the rundown from the market, equities market yesterday. Continued its bullish run yesterday. This makes it from July the 1st to July 22, 15 days of consistent bullish run. It gained 624.96 points yesterday to close at 132,451.73 points, up by 0.47%, extending the market year-to-date return to an impressive 28.69%. Market capitalization now stands at 83.79 trillion, with a total of 771.65 million shares traded, valued at 26.79 billion. This puts the total trading value, cumulative trading value for the month of July at around 725 billion naira, the highest seen in July. Top gainers yesterday were Dangote Sugar, that was up by 10% to close at 56 naira 10 kobo. The Initiate PLC gained 9.97% to close at 12 naira 13 kobo. Then we also see Sovereign Trust Insurance. We see Sovereign Trust Insurance up by 9.84% to close at a share price of 1 naira 22 kobo. Nigeria Enamel Ware, the manufacturer, closed at a share price of 20 naira 35 kobo after gaining 9.83%, and following closely was University Press PLC, that was up by 9.82% to close at a share price of 6 naira 15 kobo. The top losers included Ella Lakes, that went down by 10%, Legend Internet down 10%, FTN Cocoa Processors down by 9.91%, then Maya PLC, the paint company, was down by 9.79%, and we see Thomas Wyatt down by 9.73% to close at the share price of 3 naira and 6 kobo. Our most actively traded stocks by volume were Access Holdings leading the chart, 102.882 million shares with a total trading volume value of 2.769 billion naira. Ella Lakes, 56.731 million shares with a total trading value of 586 million naira. We see UBA also 48.276 million shares and a trading value of 2.284 billion naira. Then we move to GT Co Holdings that saw 32.75 million shares exchange hands in deals worth about 3.181 billion naira. Then Lafarge or WAPCO saw 30.528 million shares traded in deals worth about 3.872 billion naira. On the global market scene, the results were mixed. You see Dow Jones up by 0.19%. However, that was around 4 p.m. about 2 p.m. American time. S&P and Nasdaq slipped on Wednesday. On Wednesday, we saw the S&P hit a new on Monday rather. We saw the S&P hit a new high as it crossed the 6,300 point mark. Nasdaq Composite up 0.52% to hit was down by 0.52% after hitting record highs on Monday. In Asia, there was also a slip in Japan as the Nikkei dipped a little while the Hang Seng Index gained 0.54%. However, in Korea, it was a massive decline at 1.27% decline. And in Europe, yesterday, we saw the FTSE up modestly as it hit a new record high. Last week, the FTSE 100 crossed the 9,000 mark for the first time ever. Yesterday, we saw it hit a new record high. And we also saw slips in Paris and in Germany as we saw the DAX CAC 40 down 0.69% and the DAX index down 1.09%. On the currency side, the Naira is trading against the dollar 1,527 Naira to the dollar, against the Euros 1,790 to the Euros, and against the British Pounds 2,070 Naira. Not so much gains, not so much losses. After the break, we return with a discussion on the Monetary Policy Committee's decision to hold rate yesterday.
Of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
So, welcome back. Yesterday, the Monetary Policy Committee of the CBN decided to hold rates for the third consecutive time. Inflation, then let's look at this. Inflation is down 22.22%. We've not had it that low in quite a while. T-bills, the yields are coming down. The last issuance was around 19% or just under 19%. However, the CBN is choosing to hold rates. On the show this morning, I have Eniola Olatunji, a financial analyst here at Business Day, to provide some insight into what is going on. Good morning, Eniola.
Good morning, David. It's great to be on the show.
So, were you expecting yesterday? Were you expecting the CBN to hold rate, or you expecting them to cut down the rate, or?
Oh, so
what was your?
A while, like 2 weeks. In fact, up until Monday, the consensus everywhere was that they were going to hold rates. But for me, I thought that most of that position was foiled by the GDP. Everyone was expecting the GDP to be out much later, but then GDP came out on Monday evening.
Yes.
So I kind of thought that, since it was out, there might be a rate cut. Yes, there was going to be a rate cut yesterday. But I guess if maybe even the CBN and all of people on the Monetary Policy Committee were not maybe overly satisfied with where the GDP was.
GDP growth rate.
Yeah, the GDP growth rate was just about 3%. I think 3.1% in the first quarter, and I'm sure they expected more. So that's why they decided to hold rate. So like I said before, a lot of people expected that they would hold rate, and even I expected that they would hold rates, because although we've seen inflation decrease for 3 months, for 3 months consecutively, and everyone is like, okay, this is signal to cut the rates. But I think it's a really good decision. At least by the next MPC meeting in September, we would have at least maybe 2 more inflation results out, and then if there is a further decline in those 2 months, then it is stamped that inflation is really, really on a downward trend.
Okay, so now since that happened, how has the secondary bond market been reacting?
So as expected, even before the rate decision, we've seen both the T-bills and bond market decline since January, because the market has been anticipating a rate cut from the beginning, and yes, as expected, the market the yields on the market has declined even further. Basically. Yes, basically.
So, okay, then what kind of trend do you think that we should be seeing now that rates have been held? Okay, market was expecting a rate cut, rates were not cut. What kind of trend do you think we should be expecting in the secondary market, basically?
So
do you think people will still go? Do you think rates are still going to be coming down?
Yes, rates definitely. So there is, even aside from secondary markets, there is a T-bill auction today.
Okay.
And at the last auction, which was like 2 weeks ago, rates were down 19%. At the start of the year, T-bills on the 1 year T-bill was 29%. So we've had a 10% decline. Yes, and now that rates are held again, in fact, as analysts project that it will fall between 16 to 17% at today's auction, and it looks like it, because even the drop at the last auction was about 2%. It went from like 21 to like 19. Normally we see like a 0.01, 0.1
We've
not seen such a drop in a while.
200 basis
so
point
like this today and even further into like the secondary markets, like we expect that bonds, the FGN bonds, 2, 3 years, 5 years, they are less than 17%. Some of these bonds that were issued last year were issued at 19%. Now their rates are lower than the rates at which they were issued. So like even the bonds were doing well, but the good thing about, or the upside to rate, like an intending rate cut, or where we had rate hold for a long time, is that the prices on the bonds are getting high. So people that held bonds for a while, some of people that bought at 20-something% earlier in the year or last year, now if they want to sell, they'll sell for an higher price. And even if they want to hold till the end of the tenure, they get the whole the 20-something% they locked in for. So it is, and even this spreads to mutual funds. At the beginning of the year and even last year, there was so much rave for the money market mutual funds. Some of them were doing way above 30%. In fact, some did way above 40% last year. But this year, they are hovering around 21%. And while BusinessDay did an analysis of mutual funds of recent, and of the top 10, about 4 of them were the equity funds. The rest were like balanced funds, with majority of the funds invested in equity. So with the rate at which things are going, with an expected rate cuts, equity for money market mutual funds are going to continue to be on a decline, and equity market mutual funds are going to continue to increase. The yields on them are going to continue to increase.
So now the question now is going to lead into the corporate bond space. Basically, a lot of corporate expected that last year we saw corporates issuing commercial papers at 32%, 30%, such high interest, such high yields. Now, some of them are in a space where they feel like if there was going to be a rate cut, like you said, we're already seeing decline in FGM bonds, which basically serve like benchmark, which basically serve like the benchmark.
Yes.
So, how do you think, now that the rates are held, do you think that for corporate is still, do they have that leeway to say they want to issue CPs at sub 20%?
So yeah, I think that in fact corporates are going to go more towards corporate bonds than CPs, because in the first half of the year we saw a lot of CP issuances. Even despite that the rates, CP issuances, they were not as high as 30% like they were last year, but they were still high.
They were 27, 26.
Yes, they were in the late 20s region. But now there's a particular law that has made them, so they are going to be under the purview of the SEC now. So like you now need SEC regulation to be able to issue a CP, a commercial paper. So I feel like most corporates will lean towards corporate bonds now, and truly they should be able to issue at less than 20%, because I mean, like you stated, the benchmarked FGN bonds, the 2-3 years, they're already doing less than 20% right now. So last year we saw crowding out of the private sector. I think this now they'll be more excited to issue debts, which is corporate bonds, and they should issue at, they want to give slightly higher than the FGN bond, which is a risk-free
T-bills.
Yes, and even T-bills, so that they can attract. And I think like right now is one of the most wonderful times for like corporates to issue debts, because they can easily imagine if the auction today, like when the auction at the end of the auction today, yields drop as low as 16-15%.
Okay.
Everyone, like, I'll just hold my money and wait for maybe when Access will issue maybe
a CP or Dangote Cement.
Yes, and they'll give me more. So I think this is the time for like maybe like corporates to even issue debt.
Okay, so now inflation is moderating. Inflation is been on a steady decline since February this year. Yields staying constant. What's your projection for inflation in the medium term? Do you still see inflation going down?
Yes, I think that inflation will still continue to go down, because one of the reasons particularly is energy prices.
you've seen so much competition in that sector.
In that space of recent.
And yes, and with that has driven prices down. There's a bit of stability. I don't know if you remember very well, but last year, every 2 market days there were first fuel scarcity.
Yes.
I can't remember the last time we've had that kind of problem.
And if Dangote comes in with his move with the CNG trucks, it probably will drive down the cost of petrol
even further. Still, like, and I feel that cost alone, the higher prices in energy, and the higher energy prices drove. It had a ripple effect on so many things: transport, food, a lot of things that drove inflation higher. Although we still have like insecurity battling, like food prices and all of that.
Yes.
But you know, like this constant stability in prices of energy, and even the drop in its prices will actually see inflation trend downwards in the next couple of months.
In the long run.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Eniola. That's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. It's been an insightful conversation talking about the monetary policy rate and its effect on the fixed income space. We probably will be seeing quite a number of corporates issue CPs now at lower rates compared to what we used to have just a year ago. A year ago, we had CPs, we had commercial papers issued at 32%, 31%, and even 30%. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Good morning. Have a lovely morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media, and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we explore, survey, listen to and catch up with industries in the market and how the economy affects them. The market is buzzing from food to fashion, lifestyle and everything in between. I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind. What's the pulse in this market? On this episode of Market Pulse, we are exploring the food market. We went all the way to Lekki and Obalende market to know how inflation has affected the current market prices.
How much is this carton?
250.
250. That's the last price?
Yeah.
The fuel subsidy removal in May 2023 caused a hike in fuel prices, but it did not stop there. It also cut across all areas, including the food industry.
The first subsidy is gone.
Interacting with the sellers of foodstuff at Lekki Market, we captured current price situation in comparison with that from previous years.
I've been in it since my childhood. It's my grandma's business, so when she's an elder person now, so we asked her to Rex. That's why we take me and my elder sister. That's our last one inside. It has really affected us based on no plantain. You usually have seasons. So when there is no season like this, it used to be very, very expensive than the rates we usually buy before. Now it's very, very expensive. From last 2 years back, is the prices are still better than this year. Like then when it is season, we usually buy plantain dozen, maybe 40,000, 30,000 per 12 head. It's called dozen. When it is season, we usually buy 30,000, 40,000. When it's not the season, we usually buy 200,000 per dozen, 250. Yeah, last 2 years, 250, 180, depending on the size of the plantains. So now that like this year now, when it is season, we usually buy a dozen of plantains, 60,000, 50,000 per dozen. Yeah, this year, when it's the season, you buy 40, 50, depending on the size. Now, when it's not the season at all, we usually buy 250, 300, 350 per dozen. That's 12 head per dozen. We don't increase the price, we reduce out of what we are selling. We let them know that it's not the season already, and them too, they will know that it's not the season. At the beginning of the season, they will see plantain everywhere. But when it's not the season, they won't be able to get maybe close to their house. They have to come to the market to get it. So they don't have choice than to buy it.
I get like 3 years for this market. Back of us, like 30K. Now we don't like 80K now. Last week, feel like now like this one, 180 this one now. This one is 180 now. Last week, like 40K. I don't increase the money because for our business, I don't have money for a day. That's for years. I don't increase the money again. I go tell them because I tell them the market don't have money. Just I go add my own self. 2 years where it passed. Feel like where 2 years passed. Where today I go get it and really like 2x. Just as I manage, it's too easy.
We bought it in bunch. So one bunch before is 1,000, but now we got it 2,000. So it affects us very, very, very well. We have to increase the price we sell it before. Before, when we got it 1,000, we sell it 200. When we go to the market, we have to get the price the way. So now the price, one of this leaf is 500 naira. Customer complains so much. It's our business. We know how we are going to sell it and how we are going to speak to the customer. We have to reduce the quantity, because if we don't reduce the quantity, we have to have the low price. We are going to short on the market because of the transport money, the one where the market we bought from the market, the increase of the transport money in a month. Like 4 months ago, we can see like let's say 50,000, but now in a month is hard to see 20,000. Yes, it's hard to see 20,000.
They are finished their work, but to do freedom is they don't have money to do it. That's why they come here. They come and help us to sell market. Maybe we can give them 1.5 a day. When they go tomorrow morning, the next day they come, then we give them another money.
Deciding to get answers from other sources, we shifted our gaze and redirected our steps to the Obalende market, where we interacted with other food sellers, and not so surprisingly, there was an outburst.
We used to buy basket of tomato that time, 5,000, 3,000, 2,000. Sometimes to buy one basket of tomato 1.8, and we are sharing it 100 naira. Sometimes 50 naira. But now is too expensive. One basket of tomato for market now is 120,000. Well, it's just supposed to be like that. So by then, something is not moving on way. We can not even sell the basket of tomato finish a day. All our people that we used to supply, when something is going higher, then reduce them, go back, they cannot even buy anything for us. Like the bag of pepper now, we used to buy a bag of pepper 3,000, 4,000. But now a bag of pepper, that flour is 200,000, 150, 120. We used to call one pattern. That pattern is 1,500 naira before. That pattern is now 80,000, 100,000. How are we going to say this? We are shedding 5 pieces of pepper, 500. How many people want you to do soup? You want to do soup for your house now. You want to buy pepper to satisfy yourself. You buy pepper around like 6,000 or 7,000 to satisfy yourself. Before you buy mama, I really like to buy mama to buy to satisfy yourself. We go to use everything there, so we identify it. What are you ready to level? Now, you need to tell that benefit people are government enough age, you only have for road. I mean, when they saw school, why they go? And one primary school like you, some don't with them for school. Some their children are going private, they can no go. So I start from small, like where I start, I dey buy yam. We dey buy two like this. We dey buy am for 50 kobo. We don dey buy yam now like one like one now. Go buy like 4, 5. Me sef I go come sell like 5,000 because I can't lie. Everything is going up. All markets now they expensive now. Things are increased every day. Like this one now.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we explore, survey, listen to and catch up with industries in the market and how the economy affects them. The market is buzzing from food to fashion, lifestyle and everything in between.
Professionalism and business service of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the business world. I am Noma Owona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that have occurred on this day, July 23rd.
On this day in 1892, Haile Selassie was born. Originally born as Tafari Makonnen, he was the Emperor of Ethiopia from 1930 to 1974. He sought to modernize his country and steered it into the mainstream of post-World War II African politics. Haile Selassie was regarded as the messiah of all black people by the Rastafarian movement. He played a vital role in the establishment of the Organization of African Unity in 1963. His rule in Ethiopia continued until 1974, when famine, worsening unemployment, and the political stagnation of his government prompted segments of the army to mutiny. They deposed Haile Selassie and established a provincial military government, the Derg, which espoused Marxist ideologies. Haile Selassie was kept under house arrest in his own palace, where he spent the remainder of his life. Official sources at the time attributed his death to natural causes, but evidence later emerged, suggesting that he had been strangled on the orders of the military government. And on this day in 1903, Ford Motor Company sold its first $850 version of the Ford Model A. The first Model A was sold to a dentist in Chicago for $850. That is about $23,000 today, adjusted for inflation. The sale came at a time when Ford was reportedly down to its last $200 in its bank account after starting with $28,000 when the company was incorporated a month before. However, the lean times would not last. The car was a hit, and by the end of the year, Ford will have $37,000 in profits. And finally, on this day in 1914, Austria sent an ultimatum to Serbia which was to punish and suppress those responsible for Archduke Franz Ferdinand's murder or be invaded. The ultimatum was immediately matched by pledges from Germany and Italy to come to Serbia's aid. At the time, the stock market had very little reaction to the assassination of Franz Ferdinand on June 28, 1914. The worst day on the US market stock after the assassination of Franz Ferdinand was July 15th, when the markets fell about 1%.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day TV News at noon. I'm Deborah Eze. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now the headline. Dangote exports 1.3 billion litres of petrol as marketers buy foreign fuel. Rep consider bill to bar public servants and families from using private schools and hospitals. Federal government sets to clear 81 billion naira N-Power backlog. Senate. U.S. exports more crude oil to Nigeria than it imports for the first time, says EIA. Chelsea's Tosin Adarabioyo champion youth football in Lagos today. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the president of the Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has revealed that the petroleum refinery has begun exporting premium malted spirit, selling approximately 1.35 billion litres of petrol to other countries worldwide in the past 50 days. Dangote revealed this at the ongoing Global Commodity Insights Conference on West African refined fuel markets, hosted by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority in partnership with S&P Global Insight. According to Dangote, the refinery exported up to 1 million tons of petrol, being approximately 1.35 billion litres when converted between June and July 2025. The petroleum refinery boss, however, denied and addressed allegations of planning to monopolize the downstream sector, lamenting that too many people who have the means and the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the nation's growth choose instead to criticize from sidelines while investing their wealth abroad. And moving on, a bill seeking to prohibit public and civil servants, along with their immediate families, from using private schools and hospitals has passed second reading in the House of Representatives. The proposed law titled the Private Institution and Health Care Service Provider Bill 2025 is sponsored by Amobi Oga, a lawmaker representing Iskwato Umunochi Federal Constituency of Abia State. According to Oga, the bill aims to promote public confidence in Nigeria's schools and hospitals by compelling officials to use the same services they administer, insisting that this would help eliminate conflict of interest and raise the standard of public institutions. In his words, it does not speak well of the country when the president and notable government functionaries are seen to be going abroad for medical treatment and even dying in the process, while having all it takes for a better healthcare facility in the country. To end the local news, the Senate has revealed that the federal government is making plans to clear the outstanding 81 billion naira owed as backlog of N-Power allowances in 2022 and 2023. According to reports, this development followed a meeting convened by the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, who brokered dialogue between the federal government, representatives of the aggrieved N-Power beneficiaries, and their counsel, Abba Ikma. Barau says the discussions were fruitful and had led to an understanding that payment arrangements were already underway. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Professor Ntawaye Yiwatada, backing the Senate's position, revealed that debts arose from unpaid allowances captured in the 2022 and 2023 budgets, which was rolled over without being funded. We now move to the foreign scene, where the Energy Information Administration has revealed that the United States has become a net exporter of crude oil to Nigeria for the first time in February and March 2025. Reports reveal that the shift was driven by reduced U.S. refinery activities and increased Nigerian demand, particularly from the new Dangote refinery. According to the EIA, the slowdown in the U.S. East Coast demand came as the Phillips 66 Bayway refinery in New Jersey underwent maintenance, while the Nigeria's newly commissioned Dangote refinery ramped up operations, sorting crude inputs and increasing reliance on U.S. barrels. U.S. crude exports to Nigeria reportedly hit 111,000 barrels per day in February and rose to 169,000 barrels per day in March, while imports from Nigeria dropped from 133,000 barrels per day in January to 54 barrels per day in February and 72,000 barrels per day in March. And to end the news, Chelsea defender Tosin Adarabioyo paid a courtesy visit to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Tuesday ahead of a youth football tournament being held in his honor today at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena. And according to reports, the Premier League star, who is currently in Nigeria, met with the governor as part of his homecoming tour to the country. Born in Manchester to Nigerian parents, Adarabioyo has represented England at youth levels but remained eligible to play for the Super Eagles. With the 2026 FIFA World Cup approaching, the 27-year-old centre-back says he's nearing a decision on where his international future lies, while some reports suggested that the centre-back had turned down Nigeria call-ups, which he publicly denied. And that's where we wrap up this morning on Business Day TV News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to bdtv Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bashi, your regular host. Today we'll be discussing the local government election just held in Lagos State on Saturday, where the APC, the ruling party, as expected, of course, we could say, swept all the 20 local government chairmanship and, of course, the 37 local government local council development area chairmanship, and even the councillorship election, except for Yaba constituency, Yaba, what won, where the PDP was able to get just one councillor. It's been an interesting election, especially local government election. We are seeing a pattern where whenever there is a local government election, we notice that it is the ruling party in that state that will always sweep all the seat, all the chairmanship. Okay, yeah, I forgot.
Thank you for having me.
And of course, Mr. Uruku, who is also the assistant editor in BusinessDay here.
Happy to be here.
Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Like I said, the election was held on Saturday, July 12, 2025, and the ruling party in the state, APC, swept all the chairmanship seats in the 20 local government, as far as the 37 local council development area. Also, the councillorship in all these 57 20 local government and 37 LCDAs, except for Yaba LCDA, where a PDP councillor was able to get just a slot. So it is a pattern that we have seen in the country, whether we are seeing in the north, south, east, and west. We are noticing a trend where whenever a local government election is conducted, it is the same party or the ruling party in that state that will always sweep all the chairmanship seat. I don't know. Let me start with you, Mr. Roko. Does this disturb you?
Thank you for that question. I think this should be a major concern for any reasonable Nigerian. The pattern we are going in, especially local government election in the country. Whether you are talking about Lagos or any other state in the country, it's always the ruling party that wins all the seats at local government level. It's a very dangerous pattern. It means there's no democracy, no position, and this can also always easily find explanation in the fact that the state independent electoral commission, the chairman, whoever is in charge of, is appointed by the sitting governor. And not only because
but should that be the reason why the ruling party in that state will win all the chairmanship? Because even at the federal level, where we also have a national election, the chairman of the National Electoral Commission is appointed by the president. We also see that others,
get it right. The national level is more complex.
Yes.
Okay.
This one is just like a father telling his son, who is in charge of his company, please do away with everybody who is working in that company, and it is done. So what I see is a situation where whoever pays the piper dictates the tune. The governor will always give whoever is in charge of the State Electoral Commission instruction. This is what we want. But if we are talking about Lagos, particularly in respect to what happened last Saturday, it is easy to say, oh, APC won everywhere, because there's nobody who is doing any analysis anywhere. There's nobody who is giving independent report of what happened. There was nobody who was all over the state to find out what really happened there. But if you listen to what reports people are bringing, you find that in some local governments, there was no election whatsoever. And because there was no election, was not did not prevent
from announcing
result from that place. And in some places where this is a very, don't forget that Lagos is the most complex state to have in Nigeria, where you have almost all tribes represented in this place. And then there are some areas where you know that non-indigens populate that place more than the indigens. And such places are always flashpoints for election. So what the state will always do, and which they did in the last election, was to make sure that electoral materials did not go there when they were supposed to be. So if you don't see materials, what would you do? Some of them stayed as long as they could and left. Some who stayed back, their impact was not, their voting didn't make any impact. So when we talk about Lagos, for instance, you have 20 local government areas, and 37 local council development authority, and one party won in all of that, 57 in total. It's incredible and difficult to believe by any sensible human being. It couldn't have happened if a genuine, sincere, fair and free election was conducted. It couldn't have happened. But you find that some...
let's get it. It's not only in Lagos that we have seen this. Recall earlier in the year, we also saw in a place in Akwa Ibom, and we also saw where PDP also before the governor decided.
I'll just explain why it happens like that. It is very clear, and it is in the interest of the state governor to have all the chairmen coming from his party, because we have a subsisting Supreme Court ruling that says, oh, local government should have their autonomy. And today, I think more than a year after,
yes,
you begin
2 days ago was a year.
You begin to ask yourself, why is it that after the judgment, there was no follow-up by the person who went to court, and that's the president of the country,
and the
to ensure,
and the Attorney General,
and who has all the power to say, let this happen, and it's not happening. 2, the central government that disburses the money to the FAC allocation to all the 3 tiers of government. Why is it that it's only that of the local government that goes to another level tier of government and not directly to the chairman? So when it goes to the governor decides who gets what and how much you get. In some places I heard it's just give you your salary and maybe 1 or 2 naira for contingencies. Then the rest stays with the governor. Because the governor actually put you there. How can you revolt? Have you had any local government or any state where local government chairmen are revolting because their money is not coming to them? The moment you say that, they remove you. So it's better you serve, you become a prince in heaven, in hell.
Let me leave. There was a case in Ogun State where one of the local government chairmen actually sort of revolted, but later
he come from a different party.
No, he went back to
prostrate
and beg the government.
Yes, his own interest. So when all these things are happening, they have their precedents, they have their explanation, they have why they are happening. Because it's not as if those who are appointed chairmen don't have the capacity to revolt, even to organize his people and say, this money belongs to us, let's go and look for it. But they cannot. Because it favors them to stay with the governor, because that guarantees they continue to stay in power and make more money at the expense of the rest of the people in the local government.
But Zeb, apart from there's this is an issue of concern actually. Do you feel that is a threat to democracy, or because people say, look, even at the state level, I mean, this one party state kind of, I mean, where just everybody must. Does it threaten democracy, or what do you think?
It's a huge threat to democracy, because a situation where a party organizes the election and wins, or even the councillor who won the seat in Lagos,
in Yaba,
just watch out, he will soon join the APC.
Because it's not even safe there.
It's not safe, because if you're in the midst of a place, in a meeting where you are the only certain voice. So in the past, we have seen those who decided to join the APC or join the party in power in that state. So it's a threat to democracy, because what is happening is just as if we are just a predetermined outcome of election. because I took time last Saturday to follow the election, and where the elections were not held, where materials were not provided. In Isheri side of Lagos towards Berger, there were the vehicles provided to carry the materials did not come there till sometime towards 11. In fact, the buses they hired were not enough to carry the officers and the materials to the place. In fact, the officer decided to trek to the venue, which also exposed the ballots. Anybody could hijack them and thumbprint, and so it was a huge threat, and it remains a huge threat to election, to democracy in this country. But I can also say that the level of voter apathy we are recording is also very dangerous for democracy in this country.
Yeah, because I was actually coming to voter apathy, and I was going to really ask, what is fueling local voter apathy when it comes to local government election?
Now, if I may come in there, the 2023 election did a lot of harm to the psyche of an average Nigerian. Particularly if you were in Lagos when the 2023 election was held, you would have heard or you could have noticed a lot of things that happened then. People were physically assaulted and attacked. Ballot buses were carted away and burnt openly. People were threatened. In fact, before the election, you should not come out or people will be killed. So a lot of things, and some people that dared to go out were injured. A woman in Agoda, part of Surulere in Lagos, was injured in her eyes for coming out. So we have succeeded in instilling fear, mortal fear, into people, that they now see that going out to vote is very risky and dangerous. And that's why people decide to stay away during elections, and which is also a very, very dangerous precedent, a very dangerous development in our electoral process in the country. If people do not go out to vote, people must be declared winners, no matter how many people that voted or that vote. People must be declared by the umpire that this person, even if it means that one person came out to vote.
Of course.
So we are doing ourselves a lot of harm by staying away, because in 2023 it's going to get even worse. 2027 is going to get even worse, because people who voted in 2023, either that their expectation did not materialize, or they were physically assaulted, or they saw what happened and they became scared. They will not come out in 2027 to vote. And that will endanger further the democracy.
Okay, so Chuka, I asked you, so you say, okay, people may not come out 2027 to vote. Just talk about the factor that could lead to that, fear, maybe. So what would you say should be the best way to tackle that, to address that situation?
That is a very naughty question, because perhaps in other societies, more advanced societies, it should worry the government that they come into office, people come into office through the back door, through undemocratic processes. It should worry any reasonable government that is happening. For instance, some people were saying that what happened in Lagos is an eye-opener to what we are going to see in 2027. Voter apathy in Lagos may not improve because of the cosmopolitan nature of the state. There are some non-indigenous who have been told we can do without you. And those who dare to go, as my colleague said, were molested. I have a neighbor in where I live, simply because he's fair. The wife is fair, the man is black. The man was allowed to vote. But the woman was denied voting because he said he must have come from certain places where people look like this. That woman cried and cried. They said, speak all the Yoruba she could speak. They say that people from some other places also speak Yoruba like you. So you cannot vote. And the woman came without exercising her franchise.
Were there no policemen at the polling?
Which policemen? Of course, last election I did all I could to the area where I live to cover so many polling stations. And I knew the interaction I had with policemen who were there. They were quite aloof. They were not part of the process. So that those who wanted to have their way actually had their way. And I remember coming to office after election one of those days and driving through Aguda. I just moved a few meters away from a polling station, a polling station. I parked and came back to know what was happening there. Almost immediately I reached there, policemen escorted people in keke. They came there and scattered everything and left. Police had to shoot in the air and everybody ran away. I'm telling you what I saw, not that what I was told. And it happens in so many places. And you know Aguda is also an enclave for non-indigenous. What happens in Aguda? What happens in Amuodofi? What happens in Okota? What happens in some of these areas populated by people who are... It took the brazen audacity of one man to come and pursue people who came to snatch ballot box. He used his dog to pursue the people, and they all ran away. So this is the kind of thing we see, especially in Lagos. I don't think people will stay away all that from in other locations. Lagos is a peculiar case. In other states, in other regions, people will still come out of vote because they know their people. Somebody contesting may be your brother, maybe your uncle. So you can risk anything to go and make sure that that person wins election. But in Lagos, it's a very dangerous precedent they set in 2023. And it will take God's intervention. Not even because we know that the people in power now are people who don't want to know what happens. They are happier that things are working the wrong way.
If I may contribute there, you are asking what may have prompted that level of apathy now. It may not just be because of fear of attack. It is because of people are less concerned. What is in it for me? People are less concerned.
Why should people be less concerned? Because for instance, the local government administration is the one that is closest to you. You understand? And this is the one where you should have a say, because in some cases you may never see the governor, you may never see the president, but you should be able to, because the chairman is closer to you than any of those other the higher level.
Well, that is where the problem is. I live where I live. I do not know whether we have a local government chairman,
councillor or
anybody, councillor there.
They are not known.
So nobody knows them. And what people have been fed over the years is that you are voting people who, in the next 6 months, they have become millionaires, and you continue
no connection
with you, and your life is not bettered. So Nigerians have looked at this things and say, what is there for me to be wasting my time? Which is also very dangerous. So you ask, how could we improve our electoral process, electoral system in this country? It will take intentionality of the government, those who are in power, to do the needful. In 2022, the late president, now late President Buhari, signed electoral law, some of the amended portions, into law. Did it help us in the 2023 election? No. 2023 Nigerians were enthusiastic.
Yes.
They believed that something was going to happen. Because now you have introduced a number of things. You have introduced the use of technology, IREV, BIVAS, and all of these things. You have promised people that as soon as you cast your ballot, you will see the result.
And actually invested in
Nigerians, a lot of money was moved into doing that. Everybody believed that what was written in the Electoral Act
will be followed.
But they were disappointed. So at that point, today, if you are telling people that there is ongoing
election
registration, this thing, people don't want to listen because one beaten, twice shy. Except that mindset is changed. Reset. Except you, I don't know what could happen that could change that their mindset. And the people have come to believe now that INEC, the INEC we have now, cannot do any better. You may be right, they may be right, they may be wrong. But the type of people we have.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on BDTV. I'm in Bongi Walk. It's a program where we explore development on both national and international politics. Today we'll be focusing on diaspora voting and independent candidacy, which is gaining traction as the National Assembly begins constitutional amendment process. Now, as the National Assembly begins another round of constitutional amendment process, the bill to allow diaspora voting and independent candidacy has gained traction. There are calls by civil society organizations and many Nigerians. Both bills have passed second reading in the House of Representatives and are listed for consideration at the zonal public hearing. Proponents say diaspora voting bill and independent candidacy bill represent crucial steps towards deepening Nigeria's democracy and giving citizens greater voice, choice in the electoral process. However, critics say Nigeria's democracy is not ripe yet for independent candidacy, and that diaspora voting, and that the bill should wait for now. They say that the challenge that have trailed conduct of election in the country in recent years has made diaspora voting practically impossible. Joining me to speak on the move to amend the constitution and give space for diaspora voting and independent candidacy is Anthony Ubani, Executive Director of Fixed Politics Africa. Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony Ubani. Good to have you on the program.
Thank you for having me.
I know that Fixed Politics Africa has been on advocacy for the need for us to have diaspora voting and independent candidacy. To amend the constitution to accommodate that over recent years. It was not successful in 2023. What has been the reception like among stakeholders this time around?
Thank you very much for that question. I think that the reception has been quite impressive. First, we'd like to appreciate Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, who is a sponsor of this bill, as the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, and of course, Honorable Rotimi, who is a sponsor of the independent candidacy bill. The civil society organizations in this country have been clear from day one in terms of their support for both the diaspora voting bill and the independent candidacy bill, HB 1630. We are a bit disappointed that the early voting bill was not also included in this package, because I believe that these three bills should have been taken at the same time. And I am confident that those three bills will pass when they do come back to the floor of the House for consideration.
A lot of Nigerians are actually there are divergent views on diaspora voting. Of course, we have large number of Nigerians who are living out there. We have over 200 countries around the world. International Organization for Migration said 1.7 million Nigerians are out there. Critics say there hasn't been much data on the actual number of Nigerians who are living abroad. We can't really say 1.7 million, something 2 million, something 3 million. And also the issue of technology. Of course, we saw the challenge that we face in transmitting election results from the polling unit to the server in 2023. These are some of the issues, and the cost too. Do we have the money to finance this? Those are issues that critics have actually said may make diaspora voting maybe not feasible for now. How do you react?
Thank you very much. I'll take them one after the other. First is to establish the fact from the get-go that we do not have credible data in terms of the numbers of Nigerians that are in the diaspora. There is no credible data. I believe that DITCOM is working on that to ensure that in not too distant future, we will have a way and means of determining how many Nigerians we have abroad. But let me be clear that the numbers are not anywhere near 1.7 million. The numbers we should be talking about 15 to probably 30 million Nigerians outside of this country today. So 1.7 it doesn't cut it. It's not close at all. It's not close to the numbers. Without data, we can say specifically that the numbers are in excess of 10 million. And they should be anywhere between that number and 30 million Nigerians in the diaspora today. But we'll have to wait until such a time that we do have the data to accurately define what the numbers precisely are. That is one. To your second point, that there are some Nigerians that say that Nigeria is not ripe for diaspora voting, that we do not have the technology, and we do not have the financial resources. Let me start by asking a couple of questions. Does Nigeria have the resources to support the greed, the avarice, and the corruption of the political class? I'm sure you will say the answer is no, we do not have. But yet every day we receive reports of one politician stealing 1 trillion naira, another one stealing $10 billion, another one stealing $50 billion, EFCC recovering billions of dollars from one person or the other, EFCC recovering billions of naira from one political class or the other. How much does it really take to have diaspora voting?
Yes.
Which is something that benefits the citizens of this country, which is something that benefits our democracy, which is something that benefits development in this country. So the point is this: the political class will be quick to come up with some of these absurd arguments just to defend the regime of corruption that they are used to, just to defend the regime of rigging elections. But the truth of the matter is that you and I do know that we have more than enough resources to support the execution of diaspora voting even today as we speak. That we do have the ability to put in place the technological infrastructure that is required to execute the diaspora voting bill that is currently before the House. For God's sake, let's look at the numbers. You have a considerable number of African countries that are already implementing diaspora voting.
Yes.
Even a country as small as Gabon has diaspora voting in their constitution. And then the so-called giant of Africa, the giant of Africa, wants to tell me that we do not have the resources to execute diaspora voting. Come on.
But a lot of people may argue with you that you can't really compare Gabon to Nigeria, considering the population. And of course, we've seen that.
Let me cut in quickly. If you want to talk about population, the United States of America has about 300 million in population. They are a bigger country than us. They are a recognized democracy. They have diaspora voting. Canada has diaspora voting. UK has diaspora voting. Kenya has diaspora voting. Senegal has diaspora voting. Ghana has diaspora voting. We can go on and on and on, but we have such a short time. I just wanted to use the example as Gabon to say that such a tiny country can summon up the will to do the right thing and give its citizens living outside of its country the right, not the privilege, market, the right to vote in elections, then Nigeria, with all of its prowess, with all of its resources, wants to convince the world that we don't have the resources.
Not many Nigerians are comfortable. We saw the process to amend the constitution. The National Assembly, the public hearing was held across the 6th region 2 weeks ago. Not many Nigerians are comfortable that this whole process to amend the constitution will actually succeed. We know how difficult it is to amend the constitution. Section 77, subsection 2 of the constitution is that aspect that concerns diaspora voting. People feel that this is just a jamboree affair that the National Assembly is embarking on. Of course, the public hearing we are well attended. Nigerians, I was there in Ikeja. You can see the enthusiasm among Nigerians too. But we know the bureaucracy that involved and the bottlenecks it has to go back to the state assemblies. And do you think this process will see light of the day?
I am 100% convinced and confident that these two bills will pass and that the president of this country will sign them into law. I am very confident. Do not forget that this is the first time in the history of this country that the diaspora bill is scaling second reading, is getting to second reading. In the first few instances in the past that the diaspora bill was brought before the House, the first instance, it was not even given consideration. It wasn't given consideration. At the second time, it just got a handful of votes. It was practically thrown away. This is the first time that you have seen the House of Representatives take this bill seriously enough to get it past first reading, get it past the second reading, now bring it before the Nigerian citizens for public hearing, preparatory to taking it to third reading. And I'm very, very certain that it will scale the hurdle of third reading and it will go to the state houses of assembly for concurrence, and we will get the required numbers to ensure that this bill goes before the president for signing.
But the chairman of the House Committee on Diaspora isn't keen on it. Victor Ume, he spoke recently during the. He said Umel argues that Nigeria should fix its electoral challenges before incorporating votes from outside the shores. Adding, I quote him: "We need to know where they are so that the data will be reliable before you expose them to election." He said he was not comfortable with the data on number of Nigerians in diaspora, and of course we've seen remittance over the last Nigerian diaspora. In 2023, they contributed $20 billion through the remittance to their relative. They pump about $660 billion in personal expenses during the December 2024 Hilton celebration. In the last 5 years, they contributed $90 billion to the economy. Finance Minister Yemi Cardoso said. What is your reaction to what the Senate Committee on Diaspora said? He is not too comfortable. Victor Ume.
It's unfortunate that someone who is the Senate Committee chair will make such remarks. I haven't heard such remarks, but if he did make them, I will say it is extremely very unfortunate. And I think those comments are indeed misguided. This country, Nigeria, has the resources, has the enablement, has the capacity to execute whatever it believes is in the best interest of the country and of its citizens. I have already made the case. If you take the amount of corruption, the amount of money that is wasted on corruption and on elephant projects in this country, that serve no good to this country, to the citizens as a whole, you will find that what is required to execute the diaspora bill is just a very tiny percentage. In fact, if you take the amount that one government official, one politician in this country steals, it is more than enough to execute the diaspora voting bill. Now, let's get something clear. Arguing and advancing the case to institute diaspora voting is not a privilege to Nigerians. It is a right. voting in actual sense within the space of democracy should be a fundamental right. Unfortunately, our constitution does not capture it as a fundamental right, but it rises to the level to be seen as a fundamental right. So the point here is that this is not a privilege to our brothers and sisters abroad. It is a right that the country needs to institute as quickly as possible. You talk about getting the numbers. What does it take in this AIA?
I come into the APC, the ruling party. I call the secretary of the APC, national secretary of the APC.
Let me just finish this point, please. The point I want to make is, if the chairperson of the committee actually made those statements, then, like I said, it is very wrong for him to have made those comments, because it doesn't take anything serious to put in place the infrastructure to get the right numbers, to make sure Nigerians living abroad register with their embassies, and we get the names and numbers of legitimate citizens living out of this country. That is a project that can be taken care of very easily, very easily. The infrastructure to ensure that Nigerians in diaspora are able to vote is also something that can be executed very easily. My dear, let me just conclude. Let me conclude. We are not reinventing the wheel. We have over 100 countries already, both in Africa, in Asia, in the US, in Europe, already executing diaspora voting. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. All we need to do is empower INEC to do their research, to look at what obtains in various countries, and particularly in countries with similar historical background and population like Nigeria. Find out what the available approaches are, and then make a determination what they believe will work for us.
The national secretary of the ruling party, the APC, Ajibola Basuri, has also expressed fears about diaspora voting. He said it will be difficult in amending the constitution to accommodate diaspora voting. Bashir was speaking some months ago. He said, this vote coming from the diaspora, I quote him, which state are they going to be equated to? We are battling with integrity and sanity of elections and should not be talking about ballots from another jurisdiction.
Sorry, who did you say made this comment?
That's the APC National Secretary, Bashiru. Ajibola Bashiru spoke.
It's interesting. Without taking issues on a popular
station here in Nigeria.
But I find it very interesting that the gentleman will be speaking about the integrity of elections. If APC is serious about integrity of election, then they will do everything in their power to ensure that diaspora voting and independent candidacy is passed as laws in this country as quickly as possible. I mean, the passing diaspora voting bill and the independent candidacy bill is a sure way of responding to the issue that the secretary is interested in, which is the integrity of elections in this country. In democracy, it's always better when you open the space. Democracy functions well when it is inclusive, when you bring in all members of the electorate, when you don't exclude certain people from the process of voting.
Let me take you on the independent candidacy due to time, but for time. Yes. Considering how peculiar, difficult politics in Nigeria, I mean, you know how the terrain is here. Do you think independent candidacy will succeed here?
Independent candidacy will succeed excellently well. The challenge is this: for whatever that will benefit the Nigerian people, for whatever will make this country grow, develop, and become stronger, take a look back history. You will find strident opposition from the political class. You won't find that opposition from Nigerians. You won't find that opposition from well-meaning Nigerians.
Yes.
You won't find that opposition from the private sector. You won't find that opposition from civil society. You will always find it from the political class. Why is that? Because what we have in this country is what we call monopoly democracy. We don't have a real democracy for now. We just have a bunch of people who have taken control. And so what we have is government by the few, for the few, and by the few. These are a group of politicians who have hijacked power and use power to sort themselves out, sort out their cronies, sort out their families, their friends, and their cabal. So anything that will make or give a chance, give the opportunity for them to lose hold on power becomes a threat. So we need to understand where these criticisms are coming from. You will not see any well-meaning Nigeria criticize diaspora voting. For God's sake, this is something that is best practice in democracy all over the world. When it comes to doing the right thing in this country, you hear the political class say, oh, we are still in the learning process. Oh, we still need more time. Oh, we have not grown enough. Oh, we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the money. But we have the money to buy luxurious cars worth billions.
Yeah.
For those
let me give you a quote, one of your
irrelevant things that do not serve the interests of Nigerians or Nigeria. That is not even an argument worth our time.
Let me give you a quote from one of the critics of the independent candidacy, Tokwe Fashion, who is the essay to the president on economics. He said, "I believe that this independent candidacy thing is another romantic idea being pushed by those who want to get involved who do not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of our politics, and they are being naive at best, like it's happened in Kenya. You may be able to elect a couple of councillors if state governors have actually allowed voting at that level. When the stakes get higher, you will find how difficult the task of winning an election is through independent routes." The point to countries like...
Again, let me say, Tokwe Fashua is a young gentleman I respect a lot. He's actually a colleague and a friend. But I'll have, however, still say on TV that it is unfortunate that Tokwe Fashua will make such a comment. I believe that first and foremost, allowing independent candidacy is critical at this moment. When he says that those who are advocating for independent candidacy do not want to participate in the ritual of democracy, and that when it comes to the real execution, you might be able to win a few councillorship. I'm sorry to say it shows tremendous naivety and poor understanding of democracy and the workings of democracy. Let me just take a very recent example. In Senegal here, we witnessed what happened with the last president before Bashir Faye won election. The president wanted to run for third term. The citizens resisted. The president fought back, and one of the things he did was to arrest and detain Ousmane Sanko. Ousmane Sanko was the candidate of the people of Senegal. It was clear that the people of Senegal were ready for him to join the race, and they were going to vote for him. So he got him arrested and locked up. So what was the option? Ousmane Sanko tapped his friend and associate, Bashir Faye, to run instead. Now, there's no way Bashir Faye would have gotten a ticket in any of the political parties. So what did he do? He ran as an independent. And who is the president of Senegal today? Bashir Faye. He won that election as an independent. That is just to respond to my brother, Tokwe Fashua, who says a few councillor seats. No, they didn't win a few councillor seats in Senegal. They won the highest office, that is that of the president. And that even tells you one of the most important reasons why we should institute independent candidacy. Open up the space.
All right, but
reduce the level of exclusion of political parties. Restore power back to the people. Today, the political parties now determine who is able to run for election and who is not. By instituting independent candidacy, you return power back where the Constitution says it should be, in the hands of the people, which is where sovereignty should be.
But the argument,
and that is a very, very important. You see, Let me say this. We either make a decision as a people that we want democracy. And if we agree that indeed we want democracy, then we should be making every effort to invest in this democracy, to upgrade this democracy, to take actions, to execute legislative policies that will constantly grow and improve this democracy to serve the needs of the people and to serve the interests of economic development.
All right.
I think it is actually very, very shocking, to say the least, to see any Nigerian today that will argue against diaspora voting or independent candidacy bill. These are crucial, critical
Critics may
bills
argue with you
that
independent candidacy. Critics may argue with you that independent candidacy have not succeeded in large democracies, India, US, UK. We saw those that are connected in US in recent years, the last 2-3 decades. Not much success. Rose Perot failed in 1992. Raul Nadal ran as independent candidate, scoring 3% of the vote. George Wallace ran in 1968 and hasn't much. 40% of the vote.
Challenge us. It's not whether those who ran as independents succeed or not.
Even
what
in
should
US,
challenge us as a democracy, what should challenge us is our ability, our willingness, our eagerness to constantly enlarge the space, to constantly open the space, to constantly beat back the gates of exclusion and open the doors of inclusion, so that as many Nigerians that meet constitutional requirements in terms of age, in terms of qualification, and that are willing to put themselves forward to serve this country are able to do so without having.
Obviously, you are more interested in deepening democracy. Just like to summarize what you have said, you are more interested in deepening democracy. I actually think diaspora voting and independent candidacy will deepen democracy. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. When you have diaspora voting, you are bringing in the wide array of Nigerians into the pool. Today, you cannot say that our votes are fully legitimate. When you are excluding anywhere between 10 to 30 million Nigerians that are living abroad from voting, how do you now qualify that vote as being representative of the views of Nigerians?
The argument is that in large democracies, independent candidates have not actually succeeded.
And then the independent candidacy makes sure that you can allow people with big ideas.
Let me get your view on amending the constitution. Some critics have actually said there's nothing wrong with this constitution. That maybe we don't need the problem is that it is those operating the constitution that are actually the problem. That is not about the constitution. The former president Obasanjo spoke at the Patriot event 3 days ago, and he said that the best constitution can be perverted, and that all across Africa, Nigeria is an example. He said he's more concerned about the operator, promotion of welfare and well-being of the people. No matter what you do to Nigeria constitution, that I think he's just trying to say that that the problem is those that are running the constitution.
I agree to some extent. I agree only to some extent with the former president, and I agree with him to the extent that every constitution can be perverted by the people if you have criminal elements, people who lack in character and integrity. We've seen the situation in the United States, what is going on. But having said that, let me come back to our primary position. At Fixed Politics, we believe 100% that everything, not just a few things, everything is wrong with the present 1999 Constitution as amended. And we believe that periodic and frequent amendments, number one, is an indicator to the fact that the Constitution is flawed. The fact that Nigerians do not believe in this Constitution because they believe that the Constitution lies against itself when it says we the people, and we the people of Nigeria never participated in making this Constitution.
Let me ask you this.
Let me conclude on that point, please. And so our position in Fixed Politics is that we need a new Constitution. Amending the Constitution every 4 years or 2 years is just a stopgap measure. It's just a stopgap measure. The real solution to fix the Constitution is to scrap this Constitution. The National Assembly sets up the process to begin the change of the Constitution. And let me conclude by saying this. Until we have the courage as a country and as a people to sit down and decide and determine for ourselves a new Constitution, every solution we offer will only be 50%, 60%, 70% effective.
Do you believe
because the grown norm of this country?
Do you believe we can have a free and fair election, a credible election in 2027 with this electoral? The election had not been amended and the constitution not been amended. the current
whether it
guideline
is
of the Electoral
amended
Act
or not
cannot be a fair and fair
amended,
election 2027.
the desperation we see in the political class already tells you the story of what is going to happen in 2027. The INEC, which is the election management body, have not even blown the whistle for elections, for electioneering campaigns and activities to commence. But we already see how toxic and how intense the political space is. With what has happened in the last election in 2023, the question you will ask yourself, what remedial measures have been taken by this government, INEC, National Assembly, the executive branch, to mitigate those challenges that are on record, marred the last election which brought this government into power?
Thank you
The
very much.
The courts
Thank you very
made the point that the BVAS and the IREF are not constitutionally mandated. You will therefore, and that was how they gave cover to INEC after it had promised Nigerians that they were going to use those two technologies fully, but at the end of the day did not. So
Our
the
time is
question
up,
you
sir.
asked.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program for today.
Let me just conclude with this.
Okay.
Have you seen the executive branch making moves for
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. We'll be
amend
speaking with Anthony Ubani, Executive
Electoral
Director of
Act 2022 to ensure that those two technologies are mandatory, that INEC is mandated to use them. There's nothing in the amendment bills to correct that. So that means INEC will certainly go ahead and repeat the same charade that happened in 2023. So we don't have any confidence, but we do have confidence that we can move the needle. We can move the needle from where it is now a bit further.
Yes.
But to conclude, I will say that we haven't taken all of the steps that we are able to take as a country to make sure that our electoral system is credible.
All right.
Thank you.
It's good to have you on the program for today, sir. Hope to have you. We can discuss something. We may not have much time today. I'm sure you'll be on the program some other time. I've been speaking with Anthony Ubani, Executive Director of Africa Fixed Politics. Good afternoon. That's been the program for this week. My name is Inyo Bongiwok.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bashi, your regular host. Today we'll be discussing. Welcome to the BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues that concern you and me in our society, and try to try to provide solution to some of those issues. Today we'll be discussing the just concluded local government election in Lagos State, where the APC they swept all the chairmanship seats, and of course councillorship seat. To discuss this with me, I have Mr. Zebulon Agamo, is the Sunday editor of the BusinessDay newspaper.
Thank you for having me.
And of course, Mr. Uroku, who is also the assistant editor in BusinessDay here.
Happy to be here.
Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Like I said, the election was held on Saturday, July 12, 2025, and the ruling party in the state, APC, swept all the chairmanship seats in the 20 local government, as far as the 37 local council development area. Also, the councillorship in all these 57 20 local government and 37 LCDAs, except for Yaba LCDA, where a PDP councillor was able to get just a slot. So it is a pattern that we have seen in the country, whether we are seeing in the north, south, east, and west. We are noticing a trend where whenever a local government election is conducted, it is the same party or the ruling party in that state that will always sweep all the chairmanship seats. I don't know. Let me start with you, Mr. Roko. Does this disturb you?
Thank you for that question. I think this should be a major concern for any reasonable Nigerian. The pattern we are going in, especially local government election in the country. Whether you are talking about Lagos or any other state in the country, it's always the ruling party that wins all the seats at local government level, which is a very dangerous pattern. It means there's no democracy, no opposition, and this cannot always easily find explanation in the fact that the state independent electoral commission, the chairman, whoever is in charge of, is appointed by the sitting governor. And not only because
but should that be the reason why the ruling party in that state will win all the chairmanship? Because even at the federal level, where we also have a national election, the chairman of the National Electoral Commission is appointed by the president. We also see that others,
get it right. The national level is more complex.
Yes.
Okay.
This one is just like a father telling his son, who is in charge of his company, please do away with everybody who is working in that company, and it is done. So what I see is a situation where whoever pays the piper dictates the tune. The governor will always give whoever is in charge of the State Electoral Commission instruction. This is what we want. But if we are talking about Lagos, particularly in respect to what happened the last Saturday, it is easy to say, oh, APC won everywhere, because there's nobody who is doing any analysis anywhere. There's nobody who is giving independent report or what happened. There was nobody who was all over the state to find out what really happened there. But if you listen to what reports people are bringing, you find that in some local governments, there was no election whatsoever. And because there was no election, did not prevent from announcing results from that place. And in some places where this is a very, don't forget that Lagos is the most complex state you have in Nigeria, where you have almost all tribes represented in this place. And then there are some areas where you know that non-indigenous populate that place more than the indigenes. And such places are always flashpoints for election. So what the state will always do, and which they did in the last election, was to make sure that electoral materials did not go there when they were supposed to be. So if you don't see materials, what would you do? Some of them stayed as long as they could and left. Some who stayed back, their impact was not, their voting didn't make any impact. So when we talk about Lagos, for instance, you have 20 local government areas, and 37 local council development authority, and one party won in all of that, 57 in total. It's incredible and difficult to believe by any sensible human being. It couldn't have happened if a genuine, sincere, fair, and free election was conducted. It couldn't have happened. But you find that some...
Mr. Roko, let's get it's not only in Lagos that we have seen this. Recall earlier in the year, we also saw in a place in Akwa Ibom, and we also saw where PDP also before the governor decided.
I'll just explain why it happens like that. It is very clear, and it is in the interest of the state governor to have all the chairmen coming from his party, because we have a subsisting Supreme Court ruling that says, oh, local government should have their autonomy. And today, I think more than a year after,
you begin 2 days ago was a year.
You begin to ask yourself, why is it that after the judgment, there was no follow-up by the person who went to court, and that's the president of the country, to ensure, and who has all the power to say, let this happen, and it's not happening. 2, the central government that disburses the money to the FAC allocation to all the 3 tiers of government. Why is it that it's only that of the local government that goes to another level tier of government and not directly to the chairman? So when it goes to the governor decides who gets what and how much you get. In some places I heard they just give you your salary and maybe 1 or 2 naira for contingencies. Then the rest stays with the governor. Because the governor actually put you there. How can you revolt? Have you heard any local government or any state where local government chairmen are revolting because their money is not coming to them? The moment you say that, they remove you. So it's better you serve, you become a prince in heaven, in hell.
Let me leave. There was a case in Ogun State where one of the local government chairmen actually sort of revolted, but later on,
from a different party.
He went back to
prostrate
and beg the government.
Yes, his own interest. So when all these things are happening, they have their president, they have their explanation, they have why they are happening. Because it's not as if those who are appointed chairmen don't have the capacity to revolt, even to organize his people and say, this money belongs to us, let's go and look for it. But they cannot. Because it favors them to stay with the governor, because that guarantees they continue to stay in power and make more money at the expense of the rest of the people in the local government.
But Zeb, you know, apart from there's this is an issue of concern actually. Do you feel that is a threat to democracy, or because people say, look, even at the state level, I mean, this one party state kind of, I mean, where just everybody must. Does it threaten democracy, or what do you think?
It's a huge threat to democracy, because a situation where a party organizes the election and wins, or even the councillor who won the seat in Lagos,
in Yaba,
just watch out. We will soon join the APC.
Because it's not even safe there.
It's not safe, because if you are in the midst of a place, in a meeting where you are the only certain voice. So in the past, we have seen those who decided to join the APC or join the party in power in that state. So it's a threat to democracy, because what is happening is just as if we are just a predetermined outcome of election. Because I took time last Saturday to follow the election, and where the elections were not held, where materials were not provided. In Isheri side, of Lagos towards Berger, there were the vehicles provided to carry
the materials.
The materials did not come there till sometime towards 11. In fact, the buses they hired were not enough to carry the officers and the materials to the place. In fact, the officer decided to trek to the venue,
with the materials,
which also exposed the ballots. Anybody could hijack them and thumbprint, and so it was a huge threat, and it remains a huge threat to election, to democracy in this country. But I can also say that the level of voter apathy we are recording is also very dangerous for democracy in this country.
Yeah, because I was actually coming to voter apathy, and I was going to really ask, what is fueling local voter apathy when it comes to local government election?
Now, if I may come in there, the 2023 election did a lot of harm to the psyche of an average Nigerian. Particularly if you were in Lagos when the 2023 election was held, you would have heard or you could have noticed a lot of things that happened then. People were physically assaulted and attacked. Ballot boxes were carted away and burnt openly. People were threatened. In fact, before the election, you should not come out or people will be killed. So a lot of things, and some people that dared to go out were injured. A woman in Agoda, part of Surulere in Lagos, was injured in her eyes for coming out. So we have succeeded in instilling fear, mortal fear, into people, that they now see that going out to vote is very risky and dangerous. And that's why people decide to stay away during elections, and which is also a very, very dangerous precedent, a very dangerous development in our electoral process in the country. If people do not go out to vote, people must be declared winners, no matter how many people that voted or that vote. People must be declared by the umpire that this person, even if it means that one person came out to vote.
Of course.
So we are doing ourselves a lot of harm by staying away, because in 2023 it's going to get even worse. 2027 is going to get even worse, because people who voted in 2023, either that their expectation did not materialize, or they were physically assaulted, or they saw what happened and they became scared. They will not come out in 2027 to vote. And that will endanger further the democracy.
Okay, so Chuka, I asked you, so we say, okay, people may not come out 2027 to vote. Just talk about the factor that could lead to that, fear, maybe. So what will you say should be the best way to tackle that, to address that situation?
That is a very naughty question, because perhaps in other societies, more advanced societies, it should worry the government that they come into office. People come into office through the back door, through undemocratic processes. It should worry any reasonable government that is happening. For instance, some people were saying that what happened in Lagos is an eye-opener to what we are going to see in 2027. Voter apathy in Lagos may not improve because of the cosmopolitan nature of the state. There are some non-indigenous who have been told we can do without you. And those who dare to go, as my colleague said, were molested. I have a neighbor in where I live, simply because he's fair. The wife is fair, the man is black. The man was allowed to vote, but the woman was denied voting because he said he must have come from certain places where people look like this. That woman cried and cried. They said, speak all the Yoruba she could speak. They say that people from some other places also speak Yoruba like you. So you cannot vote. And the woman came without exercising her franchise.
Were there no policemen at the polling?
Which policemen? Of course, last election I did all I could to the area where I live to cover so many polling stations. And I knew the interaction I had with policemen who were there. They were quite aloof. They were not part of the process. So that those who wanted to have their way actually had their way. And I remember coming to office after election one of those days and driving through Aguda. I just moved a few meters away from a polling station, a polling station. I parked and came back to know what was happening there. Almost immediately I reached there, policemen escorted people in keke. They came there and scattered everything and left. Police had to shoot in the air and everybody ran away. I'm telling you what I saw, not that what I was told. And it happens in so many places. And you know Aguda is also an enclave for non-indigenous. What happens in Aguda? What happens in Amuodofi? What happens in Okota? What happens in some of these areas populated by people who are... It took the brazen audacity of one man to come and pursue people who came to snatch ballot box. He used his dog to pursue the people, and they all ran away. So this is the kind of thing we see, especially in Lagos. I don't think people will stay away all that from in other locations. Lagos is a peculiar case. In other states, in other regions, people will still come out of vote because they know their people. Somebody contesting may be your brother, maybe your uncle. So you can risk anything to go and make sure that that person wins election. But in Lagos, it's a very dangerous precedent they set in 2023. And it will take God's intervention. Not even because we know that the people in power now are people who don't want to know what happens. They are happier that things are working the wrong way.
If I may contribute there, you are asking what may have prompted that level of apathy now. It may not just be because of fear of attack. It is because of people are less concerned. What is in it for me?
That's what I'm saying. Why should people be less concerned? Because for instance, the local government administration is the one that is closest to you. You understand? And this is the one where you should have a say, because in some cases you may never see the governor, you may never see the president, but you should be able to, because the chairman is closer to you than any of those other the higher level.
That is where the problem is. I live where I live. I do not know whether we have a local government chairman,
councillor or anybody
councillor there.
They are not known.
So nobody knows them. And what people have been fed over the years is that you are voting people who, in the next 6 months, they have become millionaires, and you continue
no connection
with you, and your life is not bettered. So Nigerians have looked at these things and say, what is there for me to be wasting my time? Which is also very dangerous. So you ask, how could we improve our electoral process, electoral system in this country? It will take intentionality of the government, those who are in power, to do the needful. In 2022, the late president, now late President Buhari, signed electoral laws, some of the amended portions, into law. Did it help us in the 2023 election? No. 2023 Nigerians were enthusiastic.
Yes.
They believed that something was going to happen. Yeah. Because now you have introduced a number of things. You have introduced the use of technology, IREV, BIVAS, and all of these things. You have promised people that as soon as you cast your ballot, you will see the result.
And actually invested in
Nigerians, a lot of money was moved into doing that. Everybody believed that what was written in the Electoral Act
will
be followed. But they were disappointed. So at that point, today, if you are telling people that there is ongoing
election
registration, this thing, people don't want to listen because one beaten, twice shy. Except that mindset is changed. Reset. Except you, I don't know what could happen that could change their mindset. And the people have come to believe now that the INEC we have now, cannot do any better. You may be right, they may be wrong. But the type of people we have who are pretending over our election, I think they have not given Nigerians the confidence to say things will change tomorrow. That's where we are now. In 2027 is still far away to hazard what could happen. But I believe that if the government means well, a lot can still be done. The National Assembly has started on a constitutional amendment and a lot of things promising that a lot of things will be done. But people are clapping with one hand, waiting for them waiting to see
the final
outcome of the thing. Because the thing is that, how do you believe somebody who profited or who benefited from a wrong process, and now he's trying to promise you that he will change the process that brought him into power? It's a very difficult question.
Okay, but let's go back to still local government election, Mr. Roko. One thing that, especially in Lagos, that especially as we saw last Saturday, is the fact that even the opposition parties, we're talking about PDP, we're talking about SDP, we're talking about all of those opposition parties, there was a kind of withdrawal. We don't see much of opposition, party fighting, because again, you have to fight for this thing. You don't just sit down and expect that the ruling party will give power to you on a platter of gold. You have to fight. But we didn't see much of campaign, much of effort put in by opposition parties in the effort to wrestle power from the ruling APC. What's the problem here? Why is it that opposition parties are not doing as much as we should expect them to do? I mean, even if you are not going to, even in terms of holding the party that is really accountable, we don't see much of that fight, so to say, from the opposition party. This laid back. What could be the problem?
It's even difficult to say we have opposition in Nigeria as a whole, because internal wranglings within the parties, no party is all that united, none. And when we talk about opposition in Nigeria, we are not just talking about maybe PDP and Labour. The PDP is fighting itself almost to die. The Labour could have been doing well, but I think the ruling party sees Labour even being stronger than the main opposition, that's the PDP. And that is why today you see problem in Labour, tomorrow you see another problem. One funny thing that happened, which tells you that an unseen hand somewhere working on against Labour. When there was a court judgment declaring that Julius Abure is no longer the chairman of Labour, having overstayed his tenure. Somebody from nowhere just emerged and said, "Oh, since he's no longer the chairman, I'm now the chairman." And that is somebody, a papa.
A papa, yes.
Just from nowhere. Then at the national level too, Labour is neither here nor there. And you see PDP is tearing itself almost into shreds. So it is when these parties are organized, they have internal cohesion, they have they are united, they have a focus. Now, what is killing all these opposition parties is the gale of defection we have seen in the last few months, where a whole state governor will carry almost the entire state to a ruling party. And then it continues to happen. And those who seem to have who like to remain in the party don't feel safe, because they feel that politicians, of course, this is a country where we don't have politicians don't have ideology. if there were in days of UPN, days of NPN, days of GMPP, people say this is where I stand. No matter the rain or the shine, they are there. But now, you find that majority of the people who are in APC, we are in PDP. The people who are in PDP now going to APC, we are in some other party before. So it is a case of a rat race, so to speak.
Rat race.
It's a rat race. Nobody actually have any ideology that is holding in anywhere. Yes. And those who actually who want to show that they have ideology, I want to remain here. Even people are laughing at them, say you are still there. Yes. When others are
moving.
The umbrella is tearing apart, and the rain is beating you. You are still there. So
yeah. All right. So as we begin to wrap up. Zev, I come to you. So we've had there was election on Saturday. New leaders to run the local government administration in Lagos State have been elected. In the next 4 years they will be there. So
do they have a 4-year term?
Yeah, it's in Lagos State. It's 4 years. Wow. So in some other states,
three years.
I think Lagos is 4. So, but let me ask you, what are your expectations for the new leadership that we now have, or we're going to have in the local government? In Lagos State in the next 4 years, what are your expectations, and what are the things that you expect to see the new chairmen that are coming, the new councillors that are coming? What do you think they should do? What do you think they should focus on?
Well, you know, first you should look at the roles, the duties that local government administration should be playing in a democracy. Everybody looks at the state as in everything. You know, this water, basic.
The state looks at the federal.
This water, basic water, pipe-borne waters, and all these. In those days, we used to see health inspectors from the local government.
Sanitary inspectors.
Sanitary inspectors. They will come to the village. They will go into the kitchens. They will bring out the mortars and the pistol with which they found to look at, and look at the surrounding and everything. Wherever they thought that this environment was not what it was supposed to be, they will now issue paper and people will pay fine. Nobody escaped it. There is this primary health centers that they used to build in those days, and ensure that those things run. But now, people don't know whether the PSC, whether they are functioning or not. These are the basic things. There are roads that have local government roads. Local government maintain those roads. But these days, we can even see roads going into the local government secretariat.
And it is not good.
Terrible. So we cannot just be blaming the federal government, blaming the state government. There are basic things. Local government run schools.
Yeah.
Primary schools, where education begins. We are not seeing all those things. So in Lagos, I expect to see those local government chairmen who have been elected now to begin to up their game. It's not about just occupying position. There is a school in the last 3 years or more. That school, during a heavy rainy season, that the roof of that rainy season, it was at the junction of if you are going to Lut, past Lut, as if you are going to Mushi. Yeah. At the junction there, it's called Mushi Junction from the road. That fantastic school building had been blown up for over 3 years now. Nobody has bothered to even change the roof. And each time I pass there, I say, come, with all the money around this place, even if the state government is not able to fix this thing, wouldn't the PTA come up you see a structure rotting away. It is called a Shaga Close on that road, junction. This one will go to Itere, this one going to Mushi, then this one come to Lut. Each time I see that, I weep. These are something that local government should take up. Even if it is local government. If it pains me so much as an individual, I wonder what human beings that I voted to run the affairs of the local government are doing. Right. Nobody is looking. So, in sum, I would expect to see a more vibrant local government administration. Because while the election was coming up, I sounded out some people who said, we don't know anybody. Who am I going to vote for? I don't even know the local government chairman who is now seeking re-election. So, to that extent, we should not all be aloof. We should be sensitive to what is happening around us. Because if I am not sensitive, thank you so much. And you are not sensitive, we will continue to blame government, then things with the country may continue to totter.
So thank you so much, Mr. Uruku and Mr. Agomo, for very insightful discussion this afternoon on BusinessDay TV Roundtable. I think the message is well passed, especially your concluding part of the message, the local government chairman. Yeah, you are coming in now. You know that Lagosians are looking at you, and they expect that. The expectations are high, and we expect that you should do what you need to do, and to ensure in the next 4 years will be on the saddle, that people will be able to feel the impact, positive impact of administration of local government administration in Lagos State. And that's where we wrap up BDTV Roundtable this afternoon. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We'll see you again next week. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.